Welcome everyone here back to the PUBG Mobile Wonder League mid-season showdown. And my name is Highland Wolf. I'm joined by DK. It's all in their pockets worth of points. And you're also looking at not just them, but other big names, right? You've got the likes of still Galatasaray. You've also got a few of those other teams that have really been performing. I know the side of Bruforce Ad Astra were also appearing towards that more westerly end. So there is going to be a big contention and high-skilled teams all around the same location at the start of this game.
Well, let's see who's going to be able to get those prime real estate spots under lockdown. So a lot of opportunity available, and already a little bit of action right out the gate. You can see the Pain Ladies. Oh, Stacey feeling that sting come through. I mean, this is exactly what we want to see, right? A little bit of that showing of aggression now getting brought to the foreground. And KMG, right, this is a phenomenal start to their proceedings in the first match.
And for KMG, they have also had about a week, as you mentioned, less veterans in terms of experience. However, they also have that week to prepare. So they will have been doing their homework, understanding how Pain will have been looking here at their drop locations. And KMG already toe-to-toe with that 1-for-1. I expect Stezzy should be able to get back here. Also, there's going to be a trade. However, KMG will actually appear more out in the open on their move back to their teammate, Ajita, and does get caught, so it will be a 1-for-0 trade so far. And Pain with the compound actually can look, especially Exotica here, as you saw coming in from the backside, to look at the second shot in a brilliantly communicated position here. Is the first side on the compound, communicates the spot of Vegeta, and the other wraps them down.
You gotta appreciate this push coming through from Pain Ladies. This definitely shows quite a bit of that evolution, right? If we compare how this start of Erangel is back to what we had come through in, back in phase 3. I mean, this is a beautiful, beautiful change up on that end. So I'm very excited to see whether or not we are going to be having even more of this follow through erupting elsewhere in this match. But of course, as we return a little bit further back up towards the Northern Territories, we are going to be taking a look still at Lakers and Digital Athletics. No team either of these have decided to make any major moves just yet.
And this is the also important thing, is that because of these teams already being in that first phase zone, DK, they're not going to be looking to make those big moves until we start to see if that zone is going to shift up towards the north side of the angle, or if it's going to stay around that Mount Everest position. There's still a lot of ideal spots on this southern side, Roshawk being another one of them, as you can see Rook Dreamcore taking advantage of, alongside KYS Virtue. So this also creates a bit of a problem for those other teams moving in, because those spots on the entrances of this zone are already taken, meaning that actually as those teams start to come into the first phase zone, they might end up now piling up towards those initial southern locations, and then you start ending up with these earlier fights that will change up the pace of the game.
Yeah, I think in this instance, a good rotational call would be to maybe opt around Yasnaya, looking to, sneak your way around that pond, get yourself situated up in towards the north, because, I mean, shooting range, Saverni, everything up there is wide open, so there is a great opportunity for teams to get themselves situated, and I think doing so safely, because, I mean, at the end of the day, right, you want to try and anticipate where the opposing teams could be looking to rotate through, and if we see everybody just cramming into the south, I mean, of course, we're going to love it. It's going to be just absolutely filled with action. But I don't think the teams are going to be all too satisfied with that kind of play.
And this is also the scary thing from the playing path, right? Is the playing path also was in a way where teams could have actually been dropping down on shooting range, teams could have been dropping in Yasna, Pollyanna. So unless teams have actually already scouted out some of the information while they were on the playing path of where those parachutes were dropping, they will be a bit wary in terms of moving into those locations like Yasnaya, like Saverni later on, not on top of the fact that it is also a very long rotation for those teams. I mean, you can see the side of some of these teams on the southern end of the map as well, going to have to make very big rotations, which are going to take about a phase to pull off.
Well, now it is going to be go time. I like the fact that we are having that slight bit of convergence up into center zone. But I mean, all the way down to the far edges, right? It's still going to cause quite a bit of an issue with regards to finding a good decent spot. PMEWL though is going to be experiencing a little bit of that pew as the sprays comes through here. the Wildcats definitely going to be looking to reach across the waterway, and I mean, rightly so, because if they allow a bit of a play to come into the opposing side, right up into that container yard, I mean, that could bring with it quite a bit of issues.
Yeah, and this is also another one of those issues where you say, right, you're crossing into the Denise Banks Wildcats territory, this northern George Pole. I expect this bridge, and also, as we mentioned, the Roadhog Bridge earlier, these spots are going to be contested. If we do see that zone move towards the northern side, I will be curious how that also affects some of those later rotations. I would have actually expected more of those teams initially around the Roadhog side to make that quicker northern rotation to the actually hills above Roadhog Bridge. That was another location that you're immediately looking at, right, with this zone with teams now moving in towards the end of phase 1, where you could really take advantage of those teams moving their way into the first phase, possibly second, and then especially, as we say, if it starts to continue to move to that northern side, getting advantage of those teams on the low ground, crossing that bridge when they are vulnerable.
Yeah, I'm actually quite excited to see what Slytherin are going to be doing here. I mean, they also had a pretty good showing on Erangel back in phase 2. As, you know, they were actually the second highest placed team, just behind KMG. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to be looking to just find that pacing in and amongst all the teams that they are sharing this position with. In the meanwhile, we do see a little bit of carnage now coming through there onto the Lionesses as they found themselves at the mercy of Digital Athletics.
Yeah, Digital Athletics going to also be taking a bit of an advantage here over Slytherin. Slytherin, they made a very interesting rotation where they decided to actually cross down towards the southern side of this Georgia Pole city. I think that was a slight mistake. They should have definitely been looking towards the more northern end if they were going to make that rotation. Of course, Denise Bank Wildcats were creating some pressure, and they did have to then move out of that location quickly. However, by doing this move down towards the south, they've only now gone and actually split themselves. You can see here that you've got one player on the northern side and two on the southern end, which means their point of pressure actually onto Denise Bank is a lot more limited in how they want to manage these spots that they've got for themselves. Also, as we said, right, you've also got those other teams moving around the roadside. So now Denise Bank are going to not only control this location, you're possibly waiting for now another team to actually have to contest Denise Bank before you can have some relief of pressure and for Slytherin to join back up together again, which is going to cost them ultimately when it comes to making those later rotations and those later informative moves if they have to then make bigger rotations themselves later on in this game.
I mean, it's going to be a tough play whichever way you look at it, so let's see whether or not we can have a little bit of that potential relief come through. I mean, Wildcats, they're not going to be backing out of a bit of this contestation coming through here. As you can see, oh, Digital Athletics actually going to be the first team getting packed up and shipped out of here as the Lionesses get the upper hand. But now it's the opportunity for the Wildcats to see whether or not they too can get the upper hand. Slytherin, I mean, they are going to try and stand their ground as best they can. But this is definitely where I want to see Slytherin try and maybe group up. Because, I mean, PUBG, very isolated. The rest of the team all situated further over towards the northern edge.
Yeah, I think for Slytherin, this is going to be a really hard game. They've made a per rotation, and this will definitely cost them. I'm actually looking in terms of rotations, however, on those teams already on the northern side. So as we expected, teams have also moved through that Yasnaya bridge side. You've actually got some of those squads like Eagles making their moves through Yasnaya bridge right now. I'm curious how that will affect those teams. You can also see Brute Force just behind them. So this contention of teams on this more eastern angle is also something that we have to look at when those teams moving past the bridge and onto those hills, just beyond the bridge especially, how that will affect those final rotating teams later on. I mean, KMG, of course, going to be very without information when it comes into this later position. However, they have been able to, of course, with that later rotation in the zone, avoid naturally all of those teams now moving more towards that northern side with the way this zone shift has gone.
Well, speaking about zone shift, KR Lionesses also need to get themselves situated. As you can see, they're now starting to mobilize. Speaking about mobilizing, mobilize your fingers into the claim page, right? We just saw the code appear on screen, so be sure to get your hands on it. That, of course, is going to be for 300 UC. If you're able to claim it, let us know in the chat. Always exciting to see when people, you know, who was the first one to get their hands on those codes. But yeah, be sure to get your hands on it. If you missed it, pause it, quickly rewind. And, well, go in, claim your code, and let's see who gets that 300 UC. The meanwhile, we are going to be taking a look here at KZig, right? Still trying quite heavily to defend their position over on towards that southwestern side. Oh, and they do succeed, as they do find a good response. But again, right, as you can see, still managing to hold on to all 4 of the players here.
And this is crucial as well when it comes to those later moves. I mean, this zone is actually put off a really tricky position right now where you have Watertown on the south. You've got a lot of that bridge coming through from Roshawk to Georgia Pole still in the center of the zone in this new phase shift. The northern side is home to more secure positions such as those hills on shooting range with this next move that we can see coming through. So that will definitely also create some more issues on how these teams choose to rotate. I expect, as you can see already, KYS, Brute Force, these squads who haven't quite crossed that bridge will be naturally looking maybe towards some of those southern locations. Also, Roshawk actually is another one of those good rotations where you've got a hillside on the south side of north side of Roshawk, but the south side of the zone here, and you can also take shots and have that barrier in terms of the river still there for you to take a bit of a safe net when it comes to this very awkward location coming in for these teams. So if they are later on, would be an option for those squads. Most of them deciding to move to the northern side. I definitely get it. Much more space and more high ground overall. But you have to be able to move quickly though, and those spaces will get picked up quickest.
Yeah, I think there's also a really good compound to take good occupancy of, right? The one that we can see Eagles Esports now currently, securing, but also then the compound in which we currently have Ruch also then situated. Speaking about situations, there's yet another code up on screen, another 300 UC up for grabs. So be sure to get your hands on that as we now look on to see what Lakers Monarchy are to be doing. Wildcats just off in the distance, and we also gotta say, right, these teams, pretty reluctant. No one wants to be the one getting caught out in the open, and it makes sense because they're playing for so much.
Yeah, and this is what it sort of feels like, a bit of the first phase jitters that we had in the start of the tournament. And also, if you want to, in this tournament, get 1800 UC, make sure you grab that code on your screen. We are dropping like it is hot here at DK in the last 5 minutes, but you gotta be fast and hot on the fingers and in game to make sure you get that one code available to you. Brute Force at Astra, regrouping their position. I really like this, considering that you do have to get still inside of the zone, and KYS Virtue have that slight high ground advantage. So moving around shooting range actually in a sort of a wider rotation here could still be an option for them if they're quick. They could come in from the southern side of shooting range itself, very northern point of the zone, and some high ground, some cover for them there. Without doing that quickly, as you can see they are doing, would be difficult to make that rotation. And also, another 600 UC. It's coming still more codes here, DK. They gotta be faster, because it's already gone. You gotta get on, get in game, get the buttons going, get a tapping it away in the keyboard to make sure you get that first codes.
Yeah, speaking of first codes, of course, you've already seen 3K UC now appearing on screen, so if you miss any of those, you gotta be quick about it. In the meanwhile, Brute Force and Astra also now running into a little bit of difficulty over onto the edge. We still see Slytherin, Ruch, as well as KYS also now holding in the vicinity. So, Brute Force and Astra, they're going to have a tough time finding a good position. And now this just roaming around could maybe prove to be, exactly what they're going to need to do to find that next position.
Yeah, and also doing so actually in this point of the game actually works in their favor because its zone shifted so hard back towards actually the eastern side. Now those teams are already going to be making those bigger rotations with the vehicles. A lot of those teams who still were on the southern end now have to get across those bridges at a much later point in the game. So Brute Force can actually take advantage of is happening in these rotations for now, have been able to get themselves a shed of a position. Is not ideal. They will be contested later on. They just, I think, have to be a bit more quiet than what they're being just now. Utilizing those smokes at the moment could be a problem because it lets everyone know where they are, and they don't really have that ability without a vehicle and only this tight building to be able to move out of this location.
Well, speaking about locations, of course, if you missed it, there was a code on screen just now as we were looking over onto the map, so be sure to go get your hands on that. I mean, Wolf, there's so many codes appearing on screen. Of course, well, we got to get to 16k UC at some point, right? But in the meanwhile, we are going to be looking at the Wildcats also now finding a bit of a contention. Play over onto the edge, right? Up comes KR Lionesses swooping in behind them, but still quite a bit of opposition being held here by Rook. As you can see, the shots just looking to laser on through. Lioness is also sneaking in a very cheeky trade as Nature comes through. Logica gets dropped. And now, who's going to be the team to survive that? Cat Veins now quickly just trying to reposition that vehicle.
Yeah, KR Lionesses, a later rotation, does get punished slightly, and Rook going to be the benefactor of all of those eliminations. Up to now 4 points for themselves. It is Denise Bank, it is KR Lionesses, both eliminated simultaneously. Brute Force you can still see in the smoke in the distance. That zone, really Rook have such a vital position, that almost centric hillside that they've got for themselves. A lot of those other teams vying for that lower ground, right? The cover that is offered on that southern part of the zone. So much more control now with those extra teams gone for Rook to try take that center spot.
I mean, this is a golden opportunity for Rook here. As you can see, they've already been able to sort quite a bit of that dominance here. So Rook Dreamcore definitely holding on to a very opportune position. What is going on with the parking on that one? I mean, that's also probably, I guess, the opportune positioning. Ooh! Fayano! Beautiful hit there. Very cheeky with the DBS just rushing straight on in, getting the sprays, and that is, well, what you gotta do. But I like the spacing coming through from Yakut.
I like that code also on the screen. Make sure, of course, you know what to do. Get in game, get the code on your in-game account and get that 300 UC if you are the first to get it. As that zone is got in itself, though, DK, all the way down to that southern end. Another shift away from actually Rook entirely. So they're going to have to now move alongside all of those northern teams. Almost a majority, or all of our lobby here in the northern side, going to have to reshift into a new position. And this is where you mentioned that Eagles compound, right? Also, here are the other squads down on the south side with that ridge that they've got on the edge of the hill. That's where those advantages come in with the low ground peak and also the building coverage. Bonfire Female going to run through one of Lakers. There comes the second, and Lakers also just going to be another sufferer of this zone shift.
Yeah, well, you were talking about Eagles. This is now going to be the opportunity for them to show us exactly what they mean when they say defend your compound. And we got Yakut. Oh, out in the open. Beautiful sprays, but unfortunately, Melcy has to come through with the reload. There is so many barrels just hammering into the side of Yakut. But are we going to see them pull through? Will they survive? Well, the answer inevitably is going to be no. As Yakut Spirit are down in 9th place, at least walking away with 3 eliminations. Speaking of which, though, I mean, we've got Fenerbahce all the way on that far southern edge. I'm very excited to see what Fenerbahce are going to be bringing through.
Yeah, and this is the other position in the zone that you can be able to take for yourselves. There is a small amount of cover when it comes to that southern location with, of course, the new Erangel changes that came through earlier in the year. Eagle, I think they also, though, have the strongest spot. As you said, you can see naturally such open, flat space makes it very difficult for a team to be able to push onto Eagle. The problem for Eagle, though, arises if multiple teams start to come into their compound, and you can see KYS Virtue being one of them. Brute Force also wrapping around the south currently, so there could be that contention where if KYS start to get a pick or two and fighting and gunfire begins to ensue out, Brute Force could come in from the back. Rook, on the other hand, going to be stuck here on the opposite end of versus Galatasaray. Galatasaray down to 2 members, make it now 1 in the back.
I mean, talk about tough odds going through here. Galatasaray definitely getting dealt quite a heavy hand, but the nade bounce comes through. Oh, it reaches into the side of Rook Dreamcore. Now it's all reliant on Rose, at least on that front line, to see whether or not Rose can quickly mend to the teammates. In the meanwhile, the defense is in. Now, what will the play be? I mean, Rook, they've cleared out a lot of the pressure play here. They still have the players from Kazik just hanging on the edge, but KYS Virtue with a beautiful line of sight right down into them.
Yeah, KYS, a big advantage on this northern side. They're all going to have to move once more, though. It's gone towards Rook. Again, it's gone towards Kazik. Kazik can't realistically move here, and again, as you said, this line of fire needs to be utilized, and Kazik are going to utilize just that. They're almost going to go down here, Leora. The nade takes it down to 20%. The jump shot over the top of the smoke allows KYS Virtue to see them, though, and Leora down. Now Lovkaya has to move in with a molly. They have to take out Rook Dreamcore now, before his teams come in, and they will do so.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful play. Rook. Off they go. 8 eliminations up though. Kazik also going to be sitting on 8. But they are still holding steady over on towards that far western side. Golden opportunity here now for KYS as well as the Eagles. But Eagles, they're going to have to leave that building behind them as they start their push. Start to look for another place to call home. And this now presents Kazik with a phenomenal opportunity.
Yeah, Kazik needs to stop the push he's in, and it will be Delicia to take advantage of that other monster truck you can see there. Some form of cover. It's not enough, though. The shots from underneath, you can see it. They're taking the shots below the tires, and that's the second one to go down. The monster truck does not prepare them enough, and Kowalski almost going to drop. One more bullet would do it, gets inside of Eagle for cover, and for now, the other KYS Virtue members will be enough to provide some distraction. Leora hasn't found those angles just yet. The revives are beginning to come through, and a resurfacing perhaps of KYS Virtue. Kowalski stepping out with a spray to defend somewhat, but it is in vain, as Kowalski will be the last remaining player. They have one knock for now. The zone is coming in behind them, though.
Oh, yep, that blue zone is just start nipping at a lot of heals, but Kowalski feeling so much pressure on their shoulders here. Quickly going to try and just bring their team back into contention. But this is a golden opportunity now for Kazik and Eagles to just, well, sandwich the living heck out of Kowalski, and this could very well be the end for KYS Virtues. You can see the shots already starting to connect onto the vehicle. Fenerbahce, though, I'm curious to see what they are going to be looking to do. Only one elimination up, but they have very strong HP bars, and we are yet to see them looking to pounce on this lobby.
Yeah, Fenerbahce, very patient here. KYS Virtual, crucial they go down to Amaya. Kazik need to now push out their position and need to get further into this zone. They were on the very edge. Eagles have also with this time moved forward in. It is all 4 of the Eagles and Fenerbahce alive. Fenerbahce need to move up this hill as well. The zone now going to get rid of every single player within it, forcing the move from every single one indeed. Eagle Esports can allow some more time for themselves, as they can utilize the fact that Kazakhs will be the first forced into this zone, and they can take advantage of it from there.
I mean, Kazik, though, phenomenal play. 12 eliminations already. I mean, they are just ripping into this lobby. But of course, now Eagles looking to return the favor back to them. As you can see, Purple finding quite a few sprays here. Unfortunately, not being able to convert all of that into knocks just yet. But will we see Eagles now looking to just assert themselves? I mean, essentially, they are the only team currently holding onto the zone, and that is exactly the kind of play and splay that you want to bring into these last few edges.
Yeah, you know, uniquely, actually, those airdrop crates, the trees, a couple of them that they've got, all of this is really helping them be able to move in closer to this zone. A massive smoke wall as well is going to provide them some protection for now. There's no line of sight. The moment those smokes start to dissipate, you can see a lot of them about to disappear. Kazik are a lot more vulnerable. They have a rock though. The job is done enough to be able to move up. Fenerbahce, the other contention here on the southern side. Kazik really do need to hold out for as long as possible. They need to trust big Fenerbahce, move into the zone, and they can start to pressure Eagles, because without this, Kazik are going to struggle within this zone.
Yeah, they're going to have a pretty tough time, but let's see whether or not Kazik are going to be able to get themselves securely situated. And I mean, I got to agree, right? This is the opportunity for Fenerbahce now to step it up. I mean, one elimination up. Come on. We want to see more. We want to see more. We know Fenerbahce can definitely pack in a lot more than that. But here we go. Kazik also just trying to keep themselves ahead of that blue zone closure that has already started to just whittle away their HP bars. But now is the opportunity. Fenerbahce can look to clutch up as we got the Eagles just on the plateau. One well-placed nade to definitely help alleviate a lot of the pressure. And this is now the opener they need.
Yeah, Fenerbahce are looking for the 10-point chicken dinner. They're looking for the first game. They've been very patient. There comes the next knock, and this should be Fenerbahce's push. There falls the second player. Purple now will look to make the return. Scissor will fall, blows themselves up too close to the vehicle. Remember, Kazik are still alive here. They can still come up with an upset. It's a broken, though, Eagles squad, and only one fell for Fenerbahce. Bianca, the last one alive. Purple now coming closer. Sela will step back down, understanding they don't want to step too far over this ridge. Bringing in the vehicles, now on the hunt. The smokes as well on the other side as Amaya will chuck that nade forward. Should start to understand here, Fenerbahce, there is another player on the other end here.
Let's see now. How okay is it going to be looking to play this one out? I mean, Fenerbahce, right, choosing the opportune moment to up the ante already with 5 eliminations. They were able to score those 4, right? 4 of those just in the past few moments. But now it's going to be game time, right? It is going to come down to the wire to see who's going to be the team to reign supreme, as Eagles are now the final contenders left to go up against Fenerbahce. But Afghan's Yelim now going to be looking for a bit of an angle, a little bit of a play. Will we see Yelim actually secure the position? I mean, they've got 3 players. One well-placed Molly could be the one to end the show. But is it? No, it actually misses.
Yeah, that was crucial for Eagles here. Purple now gets back up and is turned into a 2 versus 3. Purple cannot fall, though. They need to start to get a knock in. It's a lower ground first advantage here for Fenerbahce. It's Eagles who have to come up first. They know Alina's position is somewhere around that more right side. But Alem, both of them missing initially the sight lines, but Purple is quicker on the turn back. And this is crucial, is now Sila will fall and Eagles will not be stymied. They will take the first game here. And Fenerbahce, I think a big miss here from the side of Fenerbahce on Alem not catching out that Eagles member coming over the hillside. And a miss of a win potentially there for Fenerbahce overall.
I mean, you got to commend Eagles, though, right? They just clawed their way to the end, ensuring that they get their hands on that winner chicken dinner. And again, right, when we come down to situations like that, it is all down to fastest fingers first, right? And as you've said, Ilim missing out the opportunity to open that play into the side of Eagles, and that actually cost them the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, one player goes down, you have 3 versus 1 situation. It's completely different, right? And Silo as well, just not spotting the other player of Eagles. But congrats, of course, to Eagles for going for a very risky revive. I probably wouldn't have looked towards that myself. Of course, if that Molotov had hit, it would have been absolute disaster for Eagles and it would have gone down on the spot. So staying together at that later point on the very edge of the zone and knowing that that one smoke is going to give you away. Thankfully, the side of Fenerbahce did miss for him, and I think that was a crucial turning point as well in that slower end fight that we saw. I think also props as well to Kazik Limerence. I mean, a fantastic 12 elimination performance, and also the 3rd position for them will also be at the top end of the leaderboard, if not joint or close to the top position themselves.
I mean, you got to say though, right? Kazik Limerence, a phenomenal performance here, hitting those double-digit eliminations. I think Amaya is definitely going to be the MVP of this match because, you know, locking in 6 eliminations as an individual, absolutely phenomenal stuff. But of course, it is going to be Eagle Esports walking away with the 20 points and that winner chicken dinner under their belt. And this is exactly the kind of start that you want to bring into the first match of the finals.
And this is what you need also for the mental, as you said, DK. It's what you want to be able to bring your team spirits up, to be able to feel more confident in yourself coming into the finals as well, with still 5 more games, of course, to go. A longer night ahead for these ladies. I think Eels, they will be happy with this. Now moving into Miramar, also another one of their big maps that we know that they can perform on, but for Erangel, they were able to show us here why they were deserving of those initial spots to go through to the finals.
Yeah, and it's all down to, capitalizing on available opportunities exactly when you have to. So, I mean, there's not much that you can falter with what the Eagles did in this game. Absolutely phenomenal performances. You definitely got to give it to Bianca, though, securing 4 eliminations. The rest of the team all bringing their contribution, walking away with 2 eliminations apiece. And at the end of the day, as we know, eliminations stack up. That was how they were able to get themselves into double digits. And of course, double digits goes so much further.
Yeah, and those double-digit points, I think, really do matter. It causes every point will matter in our final 12 games. The longest elimination distance, though, was a big one on the numbers charts as well, DK. 256 meters. We are only ramping up. It's not the longest overall, but it is still a fair enough distance, as Rook will take that one through. And a lot of throwables used, I think, crucially in this game, if it is something to look forward to in the future in matches. 284 already used in this first game alone. I mean, naturally, it was a very open-ended final few phases, so the smokes were, I think, one of the biggest changers in terms of who came out in the later positions. I mean, you saw Kazig's wall of smoke towards the end, keeping them alive to the point they were.
But surprisingly enough, we only had 1 airdrop being looted in this past game. So, it just shows you the players not all too phased about getting their hands on a little bit of that, that upgraded loot. They've already taken quite a bit of time to ensure that they have the loot that they deem they need moving through these games. But of course, taking a look at the positionings here, Fenerbahce, though, right? Second place finish, 6 eliminations, puts them solidly up into 3rd overall.
Yeah, and this is what it comes through from getting that second spot. They, of course, could have had that first, I think. The second, they'll still be able to take it with a good experience and chalk it up to an unfortunate end game. 12 points for them, going to be in 3rd. Rook also just slightly behind, along with KYS Virtue. I think for KYS Virtue, and equally I think for Bonfire, a slight wake-up, of course, again against some of our top teams that were coming through from Phase 1. But still very important to know that the teams that still, from Phase 3, were making it to the final zones and are still, at least in this first game, are still competitive in what we expected them to be able to be coming into this 3rd phase.
Yeah, I mean, you can't argue it. This is definitely a good representation coming through for our Phase 3 teams, just, trying to finish on as strong a footing as they can possibly manage. So, KYS, very well done. But you also got to give it to Bonfire, female, as well, right? Definitely representing their phase. Not that, this is a phase competition, but it's interesting to see the dynamics as to how these teams continue to evolve as they make their way through this entire event.
Yeah, and this is what we want to look at, is how they've evolved so far in the to the current stage, and then also, of course, to the finals themselves, how they evolve throughout these 12 games. It's a long haul when it comes to these 2 nights, and especially I want to look later into tomorrow at how these teams are able to develop today and what changes they make going into that final 6 matches to our next day. But for the player focus on our first game, it is going to be Amai here, almost with that 1,000 damage up in the number 1 position. Kazig, I think, Amaya was the standout player of this game, really performing and bringing as well their Leora some extra eliminations onto the team. Eagle and Fenerbahce, no surprise to also see them are our top 2 teams at the end of survival time.
Yeah, you gotta say though, I mean, for Purple, also managing to secure nearly 700 damage and only getting 2 eliminations out of that. I mean, that's a lot of lead being expended across the match here. But of course, taking a look at the quick graph between our eliminations and damage, I mean, Kazig definitely leading quite heavily into that 2,100 damage secured just this past match.
Yeah, 2100 still fairly big. I think this is also what we expected from our ladies coming into tonight as well. They are a very dominant and aggressive series of teams, I think, compared to what maybe we're used to in other leagues. So the all-female teams really do like to get into team fights, be able to get those elimination points early. We saw that through from K6 from Eagle, especially later on towards the end of the match. Rook there as well, being able to take up the 8 eliminations crucially was also a big showing for them. But for the KR Lionesses, the other one up there, I think really got caught out by the zone shift. I'm curious to see how they will be able to adapt coming into the next game, especially for Miramar in terms of rotations. They definitely would have been able to be a team that we could have looked at if they had survived longer, then looking to see what damage they could have done in terms of their team fighting ability that we know them for.
Well, as we know, right, that was our first match. A very exciting start coming into Erangel. Of course, we still have 5 more matches to go. I mean, Wolf, next up, we're heading over into Miramar.
Yeah, we are, and Miramar is going to be on the desert cards next. We will have to see, though, how these teams fare on Miramar after a short break.
Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really
Welcome back, everyone, to the PMEWL Mid-Season Showdown Finals here. Myself, Highland Wolf, and DK, where we just come off of an Eagles win in Erangel for our first of 6 matches today. Now, we're up, though, to Miramar to heat things up a little bit in the finals. DK was very close that last game. Fenerbahce should have clutched that one. Hopefully some redemption for them here now on Miramar.
I mean, only time will tell, right? But as we know, moving over in towards Miramar, this is where the dynamic changes ever so slightly as to who favors this map a little bit more, right? I mean, phase 3, we saw Yakut having a really good run, as well as Lakers Monarchy. We did see Ruch, as well as the Wildcats coming through from their respective stage all the way back in phase number 1. Eagles, Fenerbahce, definitely going to be some strong contenders coming in here to see who will be able to climb to the very tippity top. So, yeah, there's a handful of teams that I think will have a great opportunity when it comes to this first Miramar.
Yeah, and also I think Kasich as well. We got to jump up onto the hype train for Kasich Limerence after that 12 elimination third position that they were able to grab for themselves. There were some other teams that I'm really looking forward to. We also mentioned Lionesses. I think also Brute Force at Astra. Another one of those squads that we really want to take a look at in this second game for Noen. For their aggression, we saw them in phase 3. The aggression they were pulling off, especially in that last game of phase 3, literally walking around compound to compound and assassinating squad to squad. So yeah, I really want to see them show up, and hopefully we can now get them in a game where they're not hiding in the shed, where they can show off their prowess.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they got to shed that shed spot and, you know, get right down to business. But already we do see a relatively decent spread coming through here from the teams. We got Kasich, Brute Force, Lakers, all now starting to push a little bit closer on towards at least the southwestern side, or southeastern side rather, of the map. But I mean, oh, actually that is Bonfire Female getting themselves situated right up in towards Chumacera. And we've seen a little bit of that Chumacera play come through over in you know, phase 3. So I'm curious as to where the zone's going to be taking us this time around. I mean, Chumacera, not exactly smack dab center, but it's still within the zone.
Yeah, Chumacera going to be, I think, a fairly okay location. I mean, Los Leones as well. I expect some teams, as we know throughout our initial, will be naturally rotating towards there. The one spot I'm very nervous about is Picado. It has been a plague for a lot of these teams when it comes to contesting each other for a long time and then not being able to make it back out of Picado again, struggling without loot. Is Fenerbahce and Rook Dreamcore both taking that spot up. I think smart of Slytherin as well to not go straight into that location but hover around it on the high hills. Maybe we can get a first elimination off, but I would like to see a Slytherin maybe move down towards that northern side of Los Leones, just get themselves situated to get that loot on board for them.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the starting point there for Slytherin was pretty decent. They did have that high ground positioning down in towards Picado, but it does seem like instead they are going to be looking to prioritize the eastern edge a little bit more, as they are now heading in the general direction there of, you know, Los Leones, La Bendita, potentially maybe even all the way across in towards Impala, seeing that Impala is very open for the taking here.
Yeah, Impala is one of those spots Slytherin have gone to there before, so they will be slightly more familiar with maybe that location, and also to avoid Los Leones is another option for them. I would like to see them actually control more of that wider eastern end of Los Leones overall, though I think being able to move from Los Leones up onto the mountainside, and especially then have that vision over the center of zone, very much would be important for a team starting out in the first phase. You can also get that UC on board as well in game. Make sure you get that code. That will be more appearing throughout the day. Remember, we've still got a total of 16k to give away today. We've already given out a bunch, but there is a bunch right on your screen as another 1800 UC code to get in your pockets if you're quick enough.
I mean, you know, with UC you can do so many amazing things, right? You can get your hand on the battle pass, you can upgrade a few skins if you feel like it. I mean, there's so much that all that UC enables. But speaking about enabling, there's another opportunity. 600 UC now coming through on top of what we've already seen. I've already lost track as to how much UC we've already had on screen. I know that it is very much more than 3K, right? Because that's when I stopped counting. I mean, it is going to go all the way up to 16.
Yeah, it must be about at least 5,000 already. It just makes me sad, DK, that we're not watching the times. Like, if no one was taking his codes, oh boy, would I be having every single one of them. I would be sad watching this stream and listening out. When do we mention UC? When do we mention giveaway? Yeah. Look back at the screen.
I mean, this is one of those instances where when I see the UC, I just lift my hands up so that, everybody can see, like, I am innocent.
You're not touching the phone in the background. You're not logged in. You're like, quick.
Yeah. If only. But of course, this is for the viewers to enjoy. And of course, if anybody watching has been able to claim the UC, right? If it was on any of our streams that we're doing in English, be sure to let us know in the chat. We always love to see who gets their hand on a little bit of UC, so we can maybe give you a shout out as well.
I know, right? I mean, definitely a little bit of community we've got going on as well. I know some of the girls here from the previous phases of competition also supporting some of the teams right now in the chat, which I think is very admirable and very sportsmanlike of these ladies to be doing so. I think also in terms of really securing a spot in terms of not only the money, but in terms of respect as well. I think these ladies this season have really been able to step up. I really have enjoyed, I think, overall seeing these journey towards the finals in this first game so far. Really improved, I shouldn't have said it, right? I mean, really improved their skills. It makes it hard when they crash the vehicle in front of me, as I try to praise them on their improvements. But overall, right, I think definitely a lot has been gained, and a lot of experience and skill overall has been shown throughout all these ladies. So overall, as I say.
Yeah. I mean, very, very commendable plays that we've seen here. I mean, a lot of the times, right, if it wasn't for the picture next to the name, you would
think some of them would be the main leagues.
Yeah. I mean, they are playing so exceptionally well. So, I mean, we say that, and then the vehicles are experiencing a little bit of difficulty doing their thing over the terrain.
But that
happens everywhere.
Right?
That happens everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, what was it? Like, the higher the tournament, the more vehicle crashes and whatnot there are. So, clearly, if they're crashing the vehicles, they're just of a higher caliber, actually. This is just showing us means. And when you keep crashing it more and more, then they're obviously getting better at the game.
Yeah, that's how you level up, right?
Yeah.
Vehicle crashes, that's how you do it in PUBG. If you want to be the best,
you gotta crash the best.
just run, because the moment you get into a vehicle, it is going to be quite devastating. Speaking of vehicles and devastation, I mean, Fenerbahce, if we're going to be looking to bring a little bit of that onto Rook Esports, or the Rook Dreamcore team here.
Yeah, so Rook stepping out of the location of Ricardo. It was overall inevitable that both of these teams would clash in some way. I actually really enjoyed the side of Fenerbahce moved carefully behind Casino this time. We've seen Fenerbahce make that mistake of lying in Picardo, staying too long of a fight, getting caught in that free stack or the flats in the center. Also, Eagle Esports going to lose one here is Sarah. Going to get the initial knock against her on Pain Ladies is now going to allow Purple here to move around the back. And for Pain, they are grouped up for the meanwhile, and Eagle Esports are fairly spread out. It's up to Bianca really to be looking around these windows. If they get a secondary knock, I expect also Melcy and Purple to move in deeper.
Yep, this could definitely be that opportunity for Eagles now to pick up even more of that momentum that they've been showing back in match number 1. I mean, Eagles, they just look so comfortable in these confrontations. But now, of course, to add a little bit of spice to it, we do see that Blues are now also constricting down on towards them. So at some point, they're going to have to take this fight either elsewhere, or they're going to have to try and wrap it up. And, I mean, Eagles, you can see, they look pretty determined to get the play in right now.
Yeah, for now, I think it's all about Pain Ladies. They got to survive as best they can. Steady stepping up here onto Melcy. It's a bit of a mistake. I think they could have really slowed this fight down and looked for a mistake there from Eagles coming in behind the two players as Eagles are collapsing. A slight bit of a rush coming through from Pain Lady is where they could have, as we said, slowed this overall position and forced Eagles deeper into the building. Therefore, the next is, unfortunately for Pain Lady, it's just not the healing also coming through for now. And Melcy finally will fall. Stairs are covered by now. Purple needs to also heal up somewhat. So we'll slow down and allow the revive opportunity towards Say Baby.
Looking at what we have happening here, beautiful play coming through for Purple as they do wrap up Team Pain. Off they go, at least though, one elimination to their name. In the meanwhile, we are going to be jumping right to the northern edge of the zone. It is going to be KYS Virtue looking to go toe-to-toe here with KMG. As you can see, both teams trying to huddle down. But KMG though, very isolated play that we have coming through here from their player. The rest of the team are situated yet again much further away.
Yeah, so this looks as well, right? You can see Pinky's health bar. It looks like there was a skirmish or late rotation from one of the players of KMG. Just Pinky getting the better of KMG there, so expect them just to continue with that loss, chalk it up as that. Graveyard, I actually would really like to say KMG move towards that high ground at Graveyard. The church would be definitely one of those spots you could take control of on the northern side for them, give them a bit more positional advantage, considering that they have one less player and could look then to contest KYS Virtue slightly better on that higher ground position. They will now move to lower. In this sense, I'm expecting them now to move in deeper towards that center of the zone. They would have some issues, of course, moving in towards there, judging that there is already teams in the center so far, and making that later rotation in around that center point if you are coming directly from the north and down to the center. That sort of line is very much more open. You would want to make more of a wider rotation if you're going towards that more center point, such as coming in from the western side or from La Bandita, where you have some sort of cover.
I mean, you could also potentially try and sneak your way through Chumacera to get yourself situated. Speaking of sneaking through, Yakut, they're going to be looking to do exactly that as they also now push their way through the team there from Eagle to see whether or not they can get themselves situated. In the meanwhile, Fenerbahce just going to be enjoying a little bit of peace and tranquility down in towards center zone. We do see Rook Dreamcore just towards that southern edge. So again, need to be very, very careful as to how they approach these next few positions.
Yeah, I believe most of the teams have found a position so far. Los Leones Mountainside, that northern end, really liking the position of, I believe, Galatasaray there on the North Los Leones Mountains. We highlighted that already on the start of the game, how important they could be on those on-looking positions towards La Bendita. I also, as you said, like towards the Chumacera hillside, those later teams like Yakut, like Eagles, also going to be looking for a higher location towards the Chumacera mountains, but also provide that information. And again, avoid towards the western end, where you have this, really the northern end just beyond Chumacera, a very open spot and a very much open desert towards Los Leones, where these teams are sort of taking that line up currently towards that location. They are going to have to move further down towards the east, however, so a slightly more trickier rotation. I would like Eagles then to now move up towards the northern side of those mountains. You can see that would definitely provide more cover, wrapping up towards the north side behind Picardo and into the zone that way.
Yeah, it is going to be a tricky rotation regardless of how they play here. Meanwhile, it is going to be Rook Dreamcore also now trying to get themselves situated as they do come plunging forward in. But I think Galatasaray, right, they've got that beautiful setup, as you said before, holding on to the hills to the north there of Los Leones, which now is going to be smack dab center zone. And I think we are going to be looking at a little bit of contention coming through here. We've got the Dennis Bank Wildcats, we've got Fenerbahce, we have Rook also coming through with one of their players still trying to just squeeze through a very tight position. But then we've got Bonfire Female also then moving up from that southern side.
Yeah, Bonfire Female, a lot of those teams moving from that line into the zone from that open space. inevitably going to cause some chaos in some fights to break out. Fenerbahce Alina now stepping up with Sila to be able to make that push slowly onto the building here, where the DenizBank Wildcats are currently standing. Will be much more of an open push here, and they didn't do it quickly, so expecting is you see them to move around side up towards Bonfire Female, or instead perhaps make a slower push down in towards the southern side of that hill. In some way, they might also want to just move in towards more that center position of zone. Eagles are still coming up behind him. You've got now the side of Yakut stepping into that zone too. So more teams coming behind them, and without the vehicles in the open is a very vulnerable position in the current state of play.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a little bit of a vulnerable spot to be in, but it also allows them a little bit more flexibility, especially looking at what the terrain is doing, right? As you can see, we do have that beautiful valley just over towards the western front, so there is a great opportunity for teams to get themselves repositioned without necessarily doing so in the line of sight of any of the opposing squads. But speaking about opposing squads, it is going to be the Wildcats now reaching into the side of Digital Athletics. You can see Blair just trying to play a bit of hide and seek up on the roof, but already, as we know, Elam has seen them, and now Elam not going to relent with the attempt to try and get that knock in. Instead, does pick up Cry as well.
Yeah, one. If they could look for two, I think it's only going to be looking at picking them off, slowing them down, making them aware of the position here. This will affect them, as their zone has gone back towards both of them in their compounds. So you do have a possible threat of KYS Virtue, with Eagles now stepping up into that zone around the Digital Athletics, where they will need to defend their position. Down those members would slow them down, create some vulnerabilities. Is Blair again another knock here? So DenizBank doing their job to put some pressure onto them while other teams are going to be rotating in their vicinity. They will need to step just slightly into that zone, so they will want to come closer, and of course here the Wildcats there to stop them. The other ends of that central part of the zone, that mountain, going to be very much a juicy location for them. The south side as well. You can't forget that Lost Learners still some of that mountainside available to these teams. You've got those more tower buildings of the flats up towards that northeastern end, still in somewhat play state players. So there are options also to rotate through Los Leones. I would expect some of those teams to do so, to hopefully just get away from more of what we see in terms of a very congested northern side.
I gotta say, Wolf, I'm very interested in Lakers' Monarchy's position. Just on the outskirts of Los Leones, but a beautiful spray coming through here from Uzra, just reaching in, uprooting Yakut as they come through with a bit of a rush themselves. Now, Yakut essentially down to one. Ooh, Fayano, right? We've seen what Fayano can bring on in, and this is going to be a very, very tough play. But very fortunate, though, for Yakut, right? They have a bit of an opportunity to get their grand escape pulled off. And again, the contention is there. Bonfire Female not backing out of any of these plays.
Yeah, Bonfire, we know what they can do, and they're going to hold their ground. They have to be able to hold their ground, as KR Lionesses are also just going to walk in and fall there to the side of looks like the DenizBank Wildcats, should I say. Is Digital Athletics going to be offered some respite, but only temporary, as Brute Force at Astra have come in from behind, and this was the problem we were talking about. They had to move into zone. They were already vulnerable from the Wildcats, and Brute Force step in. They will take advantage of them. DBS in hand here. Looking for Father 2 on the close range. They won't be able to find it. Dino Hate Me as well will fall, and this is a disaster. Arctic was still coming into the fight, and now it's a 1v2 that they have to take. Here comes also Yagi. Make it to 2v2 finally. They will find Cry. Is on the healing back. They will push further. They should be able to find this, and Brute Force, they get themselves the next 3 elimination points. They cannot stop though. They need to come further into this zone.
I mean, but that was still a good response going through there from Brute Force, managing to pick up the position, and in doing so, of course, send away the players there from Digital Athletics. I mean, I think that boosts the team morale a considerable amount, right? The adrenaline, of course, is going to be flowing all over the place. And, well, we are going to be jumping straight into another bit of contention over on towards the eastern front. KYS Virtue trying to climb the hill, but it's going to be Kazik getting ready to greet them as they push on forward, but a one-tap getting dropped.
Kazik going to be completely falling apart. You can see the damage that Stage 5 is doing. Not really an option other than to run towards it. KYS Virtue going to struggle here, as it will be, however, Kazik to fall. There they will all disappear, and KYS Virtue damaged, but still within this game. Another shift up towards that southern side. That's really now the strong point. Another high position in this game. Really going to be vital. If you're not coming in from the eastern side, you've not got those cylindrical buildings to be able to take advantage of, and the high ground there. If you are in the center, will be difficult down in the open. Is their KMG caught on their rotation. Brilliant work from Lakers to be able to stop the position moving out from Los Leones for now. More work to be done as KMG return a knock of their own, and Lakers, they seem to look to just put one in the zone.
Ooh, yeah, that is going to be Futaba now trying to get themselves situated, but they are going to be met by the side of, well, Bonfire Females.
Oh my goodness,
so quite a bit of contention getting brought in there. Lakers trying to get themselves up into zone in drips and drabs. Meanwhile, Galatasaray, they've got a beautiful situation over towards the southern edge. And I mean, this could be quite a controlling position if they're able to utilize it.
Yeah, it's these hillsides, it's these sort of ruined buildings that really do have the strength for these players. Coming in from that northern side across the road is going to be the hardest rotations for some of these teams. So, Brute Force Eagles really into the fire within this game. The Coot on the other end of that mountain still coming to the zone. Will punish though, Bonfire Female. Seren going for a very bold rotation down into their dip, and you two can be bold. Grab the UC on your screen when Fenerbahce's team logo will stop griefing the 300 UC available to you. There it is at the end. Your Coot Spirits continuing on their moves.
It's funny. It's like, you want it? Come get it. But
you can't get it. Yeah. Would have been funny if it disappeared at the same time.
Yeah, it would have been quite funny. But I mean, looking at your good spirit here, right? The duo that they've got, I think they stand quite a bit of a fighting chance here. I mean, we've seen Mayano packing quite a bit of a punch back in phase number 3. So this could be exactly the kind of opportunity that your good spirit needs to show even more of a dominating presence. Even looking at this very aggressive spray that they're throwing down into Susu, I mean, for Bonfire Females, yeah, it all then comes to a very abrupt end.
Yeah, and here down for Galatasaray, they couldn't have asked for a better position. They've got the center of zone, they've got the high ground, they've got cover in terms of the building. Galatasaray also sat on 5 eliminations. Looking like a really strong game for them. They only have to defend their position. Easier said than done. There are a few teams going to be fighting on that northern side, which will remove a few of those players. You really also are looking down towards the southern side. What can Lakers do? What can the side here of KYS Virtue do coming down from that mountain side as well? KYS, another great position still to enter the zone from. 6 eliminations for them as well, as the East Bank Wildcats setting up on the backside, looking for a sneak into northern end.
But I gotta say though, you were talking about Galatasaray's positioning coming through into the zone, into this next phase. I mean, again, right, just such a beautiful bit of coverage to try and utilize. But it's gonna be tough work, as we still have quite a few teams surviving, but Galatasaray, I mean, with the elevation, they could definitely cause quite a few issues. You see the Wildcats also trying their best. Up comes Purple and the rest of Eagle, but will they be able to wing it and get themselves situated as they pull in right alongside Lara? And this is now the opportunity for Galatasaray to pick up that momentum and push all the way to the very end.
Carly had it covered from the other side. They get a double knock grenade. The third comes through. Eagles disapparated from the equation. KYS Virtue Here is Rook behind them. Need to make also a bold rotation in. They flip the vehicle and need to step out of it. And here comes also another squad behind them. Rook going to be taken away though. The pressure put down enough by Galatasaray for Delicia to have some position inside of his zone. Still slivering though. 3 players coming in and they will be able to take care of KYS and Virtue down. Slivering now, some position to move in. Rook Dreamcore also stepping up higher on the mountainside, putting continuous pressure down. Lara doing well enough here alongside here Kali beforehand to take out the stragglers coming in later into this northern end.
See whether or not Galatasaray are going to be able to follow this momentum all the way in. I mean, so far doing absolutely phenomenal, right? 9 eliminations, that is exactly the kind of tally that you want to have next to your name, especially holding onto such a dominating position. And now, of course, they get Zone Bliss, as they will have all the teams now rotating up to them. Now, this does apply a little bit of additional pressure onto the side of Galatasaray, but let's see whether or not they are going to be able to just secure. I like the support here from Kali. Definitely going to be trying to just reach into the side of Rook and at least alleviate quite a bit of pressure coming through from the northern approach.
Yeah, we just can't get too sucked in here. They've still got Lakers on the south side. They've got Sliver and aggressing slowly up towards that more eastern entrance to the mountain. You want to make sure that they don't send too many players here to Rook, with also the simultaneous pressure finally coming in from some of these teams.
Well, Kali definitely going to be looking to be quite unstoppable there, as they do secure even more eliminations now. Galatasaray onto the double digits, sitting with 11. Slytherin going to try and find the next approach, right? They've been able to secure themselves just on the very edge of zone, but they have been spotted. That molly getting so scary close. But let's see if the M249 will do enough to defend the honor, as Slytherin down to 1. Lakers, they could use this opportunity to get themselves situated. You can see them pushing through from the southern edge, though. But, I mean, such a dominating presence being brought through here by Galatasaray.
Yeah, QSC, all he can do is try to heal enough. The nade eventually will be able to bolt down. The zone will also take them out well enough. There comes another nade. See, somehow barely still surviving here. With the meds that they've been able to gather, the regen enough to keep him alive. Lakers, the other one here as well. Still 2 players there on the south end. Have been able to get a slight position towards the edge of the zone. And Galatasaray have already used a lot of the utility to take down the side of Slytherin. Thankfully, though, Kali again is there. Another one. 9 eliminations now for their team. And Slytherin will be the last to fall. Galatasaray, a dominant performance here in the second game. You cannot deny the amount of damage Kali did for the squad. 9, again, eliminations just out of a single player. The rest, though, doing admirably to be able to secure that northern and eastern entrances. And they're also 11, 12, 14, 15 eliminations, plus a chicken dinner. A huge game for them in terms of points on that leaderboard.
I mean, that has been an absolute insane play coming through from the side of Galatasaray. I mean, looking at what they did in their previous Miramars, right? Collectively, in 4 Miramars, they were able to secure 21 eliminations. In one single match, they come through with 15. That is 6 less than what they got in the entirety of phase number 1. So, a crazy performance coming through here from Galatasaray. And I mean, this makes me excited to see what they'll be able to bring through for the remainder of not only today, but also tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, and for Galatasaray, they dominant force when they have the momentum in their hand. I think this team really plays with that momentum. We saw it in phase 1. The first day looked quite shaky as they started to get their footing into the competition. The day 2 of phase 1 really looked much more of a different story, especially towards the end. They ramped up, as you said, with that big day 2 phase 1 Miramar game. Also angle, we know what they can do already as well. So I'm excited now to see them coming off of that momentum into our next one. Galatasaray there once more, 25 point total with those 15 eliminations. Also, You got to hand it to Slytherin. I think well done for staying alive to that second position, just outlasting the Lakers as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a very, very strong play coming through. I mean, only 2 eliminations off the back of that positioning. But, I mean, it's still going to go a long way, right? They get the 6 points coming through for second place. They get the 2 eliminations getting awarded to them as well. So, a steady flow of points definitely going to be coming in here. But, I mean, Slytherin, hopefully we'll see them, you know, go a little bit further with, you know, the eliminations. But the placement points, definitely looking good.
Yeah, I think Slytherin, another one of those aggressive teams, and this is what it all comes down to, is a lot of team fighting capable squads in these finals, and they've all, a lot of them, gotten here because they've been able to show that team fighting prowess, and given that position, you can really see, I think, here in a prime example of what one of those squads are able to do if they have the high ground, and if they've got the opportune position, Galatasaray putting the work there through. And unfortunate, I think that a lot of those teams really did struggle in those final zones as well, with the more central position being very low ground, and with the zone then shifting towards Galatasaray, they were able to defend very admirably. 330 meters as well, going to come through from ALM. I suspect that might have been from their shooting towards the digital athletics on the other building across. It's that 330 meters distance. 6,700 healing and much less throwables used. This was more about control, as we said, with Galatasaray taking up a lot of those final eliminations and zones.
Yeah, we also see a big reduction with regards to the rescue. So it means that the teams were a lot more precise, getting themselves ahead of that blue zone. And it makes sense because we didn't see as many players falling to the blue this time around. So I think it's a healthy change-up that we have already just stepping into the second match. And of course, well, we still have 4 additional matches to go on top of this.
Yeah, and I think this is what we really want to see, is the rotations and the decision making really become on point here, because now that we're done with Miramar, we're moving on to Sanhok, and Sanhok especially is going to be 4 of those matches, remember, in the finals here, DK. So their preciseness and their ability to perform in the moment when things change, that's going to be an interesting thing to see as we do take a look at those match rankings of our Miramar match. However, Lakers going to be taking up that second position with the 9 eliminations tied there, with KYS Virtue Slytherin with that second position just not quite enough, also going to be tied with the Wildcats for those 8 points. Some of those teams I really think on the bottom of the leaderboards slightly different. Their KR Lioness is struggling again, I think, in this game. Fenerbahce a completely different look, right, where they've only got 1 point. There's also, I think, some struggling coming through from the Pain ladies and also Bonfire female. They've not had the greatest the first 2 games, so I'm hoping now that we move on to Sanhok again, they can have that bigger performance.
Well, only time will tell. Curious to see what the transition is going to be moving in towards that. But of course, first up, we're going to look at our MVPs, our heavy hitters coming through here. I mean, very, very impressed with Delicia getting 4 eliminations out of almost 200 damage, right? So that is the right shots at the right time. Very, very strong conversion rate coming through there for Delicia. So well done on that one. But of course, Yelem just continuing with the consistency. 4 eliminations, but instead packing 720 damage.
Yeah, I mean, the damage as well, much more reduced. I mean, ALAM definitely doing well. I think this, as we said, was all coming through from a lot of those longer range shots. Denise Bank Wildcats also had a great position in that mid-game portion, which is what also allowed them to be able to get to those 8 overall points that they were able to garner for that game with the help of their eliminations themselves. Damage, no surprise to see again Galatasaray way on top of everybody else with those final 3 phases. Lakers doing some work there to get themselves into the southern end, especially taking care of those Los Leones, rotational teams, and also those teams coming from the south generally. KYS Virtue again, equally good to them to see them be able to make it just into that zone, especially coming from the northern side as well. Another tricky position to come from.
Yeah, I mean, tricky positions, pretty much all over the place, right? But the teams, I think, handled the situation quite well this time around. But as you've said, right, next match is going to be straight over into the jungle, right over in towards Sanhok. So we could see even more of a shift come through with regards to these overall standings.
Yeah, this is what the crucial thing is. Going into the day, right, a lot of these teams who, like Galatasaray, for example, performed very well on Miramar and Erangel. I'm interested to see if this scoreboard will look slightly more even after our third game, because 60% of those teams that moved in, or 6 out of 10 of those teams that moved in from Phase 1 and Phase 2, did actually perform in the bottom half of Sanhok overall in the points. So now they really need to prove what have they learned in their Sanhok experiences so far, and are they able now to improve coming into the finals? Because the weighting of Sanhok is now equal to all of those other games, so they got to be able to pick up points. We'll see if they can do so, though, after another break.
Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward. awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move
Welcome everyone back to the PMEWL mid-season showdown finals. 2 games down, 4 more to go in our first day. Myself, Highland Wolf, and DK beside me. DK, it was a dominant performance with Kiara as well from Galatasaray on that second Miramar game. 9 eliminations to one of those players. As DK, I think Galatasaray going to now have a big task and a big shoes to fill on the stats overall for Sanhok. Now, I know we were talking about stats before we got into the live broadcast here. Galatasaray aren't looking so hot, down in 13th position and only 2 points were in their 2 previous games of Sanhok overall.
Yeah, I mean they do sit with a 2-point average per match on Sanhok, so there's quite a bit to be desired here with regards to those points. So I'm curious to see whether or not they are going to be looking to up the ante. But I mean, they're looking at the rest of the teams and the performances that we've had from them. I mean, Rook Dreamcall, they've had quite the phenomenal run when it comes to Sanhok, and I mean, just back in the previous phase, we could say exactly the same thing coming through from Bonfire Females or even the Pain Ladies. I mean, Pain Ladies, they got themselves a winner chicken dinner all the way from phase 3. And if we look at the chicken dinner winners, right, the only other 2 teams is going to be Rook Dreamcore and, the Dennis Bank Wildcats.
Yeah, so I think also on top of that, a team that hasn't even gotten, I'm not going to get anything here inside of KR Lioness, who's I was going to praise them. I might have cast a curse them again, is they have decided to drop down and boot camp Lobster. Rush fight here between Galatasaray and KR Lionesses. KR Lionesses crucially need to win this. They are struggling so far tonight in the first 2 games. They do perform much better on average than Galatasaray, given the previous set of games on Sanhok, so are more favoured in this map overall. However, Galatasaray have been looking extremely dominant of their last win.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be a tough one to beat, right? Seeing that they came through with 15 eliminations. it's a pretty tall order, but firstly they're going to have to work their way through the KR line in and see whether or not they can actually make that into reality. And so far, a very devastating start to both teams.
But Carly doesn't go down. Finally will. KR Lioness is crucial as well. Kawhi didn't fall down. So 3 players here, all still up for the KR Lionesses. They'll eliminate Galatasaray already in the game. KMG also going to be fallen here. Eagles were able to take them down inside of Paradise Resort. So the big 2 locations already serving up a series of eliminations for 2 of the top teams so far. Eagle Esports are able to claim that Paradise Resort, and that's going to be crucial for them, especially considering that zone did go up, especially in the first phase, towards that Paradise location on the mainland Sanhok, going to be almost definitely where we end up for this game. We'll have to look at how they control that position with more of those teams coming from the northwestern Ireland and as well teams coming up from the south in towards that northern location, if it does shift there later on. Yakut.
Yeah.
Going to be just looking down towards the south. Cave. I love Cave. I mean, we don't get enough Cave, quite frankly. DK. Dejeskis as well. You know what? Like, there's so many options. There's so many, like, potential rotations as well for these teams. And I think Cave just... I'm slightly disappointed. It's like the Oasis of Miramar for me. It's somewhere that I would love for it to end up, but it just doesn't end up there.
I mean, I had a Cave earlier today. In one of the other
I'm so jealous of you. Don't you dare, DK. You know how much
I'll just sit here and feel very tough with myself.
The pain right now.
It's okay. But I gotta say though, I mean, it was very unfortunate for Galatasaray and KMG, both teams, to get taken down, but it is pretty much on par with their stats that we have. Right, based on the previous Sanoks that we've seen come through from them, right? So, I mean, at least, they're holding true to what the statistics show, so...
True.
Obviously, we gotta hope that they, at some point, are able to prove the stats wrong and improve on them even more, so... But I think this opens up a golden opportunity for the rest of the lobby now to own up, right? I mean, KR Lionesses also very, very consistent with regards to how they play Sanhok. I mean, they were the highest placing team from their group in this lobby, so there's already quite a bit of an expectation that has been created for them, and I'm curious to see just how consistent these teams will be able to claim those points then.
And I'm always curious about Sanhok, because for Sanhok, the entire tournament has been one of those just maps, quite frankly, for these teams where the lower place teams tend to do better, oddly enough, on Sanhok. And perhaps it's due to the volatility, due to maybe more lack of preparation sometimes it is given, so they play more of that will go as the zone goes style, which is much less viable in maps, much more focused on rotations like Miramar or Erangel. So this could be some of the options potentially going through, theorizing here how some of those lower place teams get their points. You're also, I think, looking towards the side of the Wildcats, right? We've already mentioned them in a good position up towards the northeastern side of Mognai even. I think that they too have been able to really show, definitely in these first 2 games, the level of performance I think more than Pain Ladies have in terms of their aggression, in terms of their ability so far in the first 2 games. So I would put them slightly more favoured to be able to come out in tonight's series of games. However, saying that, it has been, as we say, a lot of the lower place teams finding opportunities here in the jungle.
I mean, but you also got to take a look at the Bonfire Female, right? A very aggressive team, performance-wise, coming through based on how they played even Sanoks. I mean, they picked up a grand total of 25 eliminations, which is essentially the culmination of each of the other team's total points on Sanhok, right? So if you look at a team like Ruch Dreamcore, for instance, they got a total of 24, where Bonfire Females got 25 just on eliminations, putting them on 35 total points. So definitely based on the performances that we've seen across this entirety, we are, I think definitely this would be the opportunity for a team like Bonfire Female to try and capitalize on the performances they've been able to show that they've been able to show on Sanhok. But also adding to it is that we have 2 Sanhoks as opposed to just 1. So there's even more opportunity now for the teams to just try and capitalize here.
And I think this is the biggest change for the finals. As we said, those teams at the top really, I think, took advantage of the fact that we only had 2 Sanhoks versus 2 of Erangel and Miramar throughout the rest of those stages of the tournament. So actually now where Sanhok is going to expose some of those top teams who struggled on these maps much more, whereas it's weighted from 20 to 40% of the points available in now this finals phase of the tournament, is really going to make much more an eye for opportunity, as you said, for these teams like Bonfire Female to be that aggressive team in Sanhok, in the jungle, to be able to get themselves those points. And for Bonfire Female, a team again who have come through all 3 phases, we're looking at them now having that veterancy in terms of the experience, as we said. We also have to talk about, I think, some of the exhaustion, perhaps, of these ladies. They definitely have been exposed on their strategies, so it will make them more vulnerable in Sanhok. And also the amount of games that they've had to go through to be able to get here. They have had those few days break. It was a long series of days, however, but coming up to this point.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it differs from individual to individual, right? Because, I mean, you have people that can flourish under a certain amount of pressure, and others that have a little bit more difficulty coping with that. So far, based on the performances that we've been looking at here, I think it's, relatively fair to say that so far everyone is doing pretty decent. Everyone's doing pretty fine. I mean, of course, I'd love to see KMG get an opportunity to put a few points on board, because we've not yet seen any points coming their way. And I mean, including this match, as they were the first team out. But hopefully they'll be able to, get a little bit of a boost as they go into the latter half of today. I mean, the rest of the lobby, the contention is there, right? Especially looking at the top 8. Everybody within the top 8 sitting on double digits. Again, really strong representation being held here. But we want to see the balance being brought across the board.
And speaking of balance, I also like the opportunities coming through from Bonfire Female. I admire that they actually pushed Slytherins out more so of that mainland Sanhok side. They stood out of the hillside compound that they were controlling in the north, so Slytherin had to move backwards actually from that location, came back across the bridge, and now you can see are still on that northern western side. Brute Force at Astra going to make a very wide rotation down towards the side of Molnai, maybe Tamok. So looking at avoiding the fight on that bridge, I think was something I was surprised Slytherin actually didn't do earlier on. We've seen Slytherin actually make those moves over towards those resort houses, just to the right side of Hartin. I expected them maybe to make that move. Understanding a Bonfire Female would have been sat here on the northern side bridge. They have done so in the past, and they should have known that that was again contested. The southern teams, there's going to be some congestion coming outside of Quarry. I'm really looking towards actually Yakut here. We can see in our screens what they're going to be able to do to punish those teams coming in. You can already see Digital Athletics suffering a slight bit, and this will definitely slow down the approach of those southern rotations.
I mean, so Digital Athletics are going to find themselves in a very sticky spot, because they are essentially limited by Kazik moving through from that southern side, and of course Yakut by pressure from the north. But for Digital Athletics, they still have Cry, right? Cry still held up all the way down in Camp Charlie. I'm not quite sure whether or not Cry is AFK or just, purposefully bringing in a strategic delayed rotation.
It's strategy.
Hopefully,
it's always strategy.
Yeah. Hopefully, we can see Digital Athletics maybe come back, as you can see that HP bar slowly ticking away. And we've not yet seen any attempt really being brought in to get it up. Maybe there is a little bit of those meds being applied, but definitely not a first aid kit.
Yeah, sometimes it happens to us. We have to be honest. Unfortunately, I think Digital Athletics is going to suffer a loss here in Camp Charlie. Yakut Spirit still is holding on to this quarry position. I think holding this spot on the edge of zone, really milking the spot that they've got so far against those other teams, really will come to their advantage. Stopping also Kazik, making them move further around will also be important to ensure that they're not contested coming outside the quarry. So you can see actually above them also has side of Pain Ladies there around quarry in a position as well. So they will want to maybe make more of that western rotation around quarry side potentially. For Yakut, I suspect they won't. They'll look towards more of that east, and there they could run into that trouble, of course, with Pain Ladies having that high ground, you can see, and may come to a slight fight later on. There's one of the Yakut members falling almost to death, but not quite.
Ooh. I mean, speaking about not quite, right? We've also seen Bonfire, or not Bonfire, Brute Force, actually. You were talking about them coming through with a very wide rotation with regards to the boat, right? We'd almost say a bit of a leisure cruise, right? As they've now pulled in alongside Mong Nai, of all places, right? So they've really gone around the island to come in from that northeastern approach. And I mean, I think that's a big brain strat, because there's not a lot of pressure applied to that region. So this would allow for a very comfortable rotation, at least on their end. But speaking about a witch, and of course, pressure. It is going to be pressure on to see who's going to be able to claim the UC code now currently on screen. So go get your hands on 300 UC. As we know, it is going to be fastest fingers first. And speaking about which, Pain going to be looking to find their way back into safety.
Yeah, surprisingly, Acute made it further into Pain. Pain slightly slower, I think, on the uptake to stopping Acute come through. To actually have leapfrogged Pain Ladies. Brute Force as well, you can see, as we said, Mong Nai. I would actually expect them, if they're continuing to do their homework, to maybe rotate slightly lower towards Camp Bravo. Utilize the northern side of that ridge coming over the hillside in towards the buildings past Camp Bravo. That would definitely be the best option for them to come in to avoid contention based on revision of teams stepping in. That code as well, stepping in, make sure to get it. Of course, there will be more coming throughout the day. For more UC giveaway opportunities, if you have missed any of the ones so far tonight.
Yeah, speaking of which, there's yet another one, right? Another 600 UC coming through, so we've already seen 1200 UC just in the past few moments, so be sure to get your hands on those, as it is going to be a race to see who will be able to secure those. Speaking of which, though, it is going to be the Pain Ladies now continuing with their push as they come through, taking a little bit more of a southern approach. They are met with a bit of aggression, and now they're going to bump into the side of Yakut. Oh, Say Baby gets dropped as yet another UC code appears on screen.
It's all dropping codes. Pain Ladies, Yakut, they're all in the fight right now. Yakut stepping in our belly from the behind, and they're doing as best they can, but I don't think it's going to be good enough. Sarah, very low. They reloads, looks for the position, has found one, and Sarah doing the deed so far. But a health bar ain't looking that healthy. The car will be blown up, and Sarah looking for the hour angle. The teammate wasn't enough information to give away, and there will fall Team Pain. Yakut Spirit slightly slowed down, and damage now is down to 2 players. Stepping in past that quarry side will have some struggles, I think, towards the side of Lakers now in the center. Expect probably Yakut to take a slower approach in towards that center of the zone. You really are looking at the strong positions being Lakers, as we said. Also in there, it does look to be, I can't look towards who the center team is here, DK, but around the triangular position, I believe that should be Rook Dreamcore. Will be the center team. They really have a great position around those buildings in the center of the zone right now.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have a very sweet spot to go home, at least for the time being. So the contention is going to come through. But for the time being, it is going to be the Dennis Bank Wildcats now trying to apply themselves towards the eastern edge here between KYS Virtue and the Brute Force at Astra. Both teams now trying to settle a bit of a dispute, looking to see who's going to be the one allowed to rotate forward and claim a bit of the territory. But I mean, if they get past this initial point, right, they could also be a bit of a play then to be had by Fenerbahce.
Yeah, I mean, Fenerbahce as well have an opportunity here, as our zone will center up, and Rook definitely going to be in a better position, as we said, around the center. KYS Virtue, I think, is also going to be interesting to see how they look to move. Have Kowalski already knocked. That knock shouldn't really come through to a revive, considering here The side of Brute Force are closing in. Delicia, that smoke really is the only thing defending their position. Dino's going to step forward. The wrong way, though, again. On the players looking past the smoke, and unfortunately gets caught out, but it won't happen twice. Dino gives the information away. Arctic there to punish, and Pinky now stuck behind the rock. It is just about Brute Force. Needs to finish this one up quickly here, DK. That zone is going to be coming in about 5 seconds. Will help KY as Virtue, but I want him to push further. I want him to not use a utility here. They will need it for later, and Pinky needs to be finished off quickly. Arctic just trying to find the angle as that zone closing in. Will be able to utilize that extra help from it. The knock as well coming onto Yagi. I think there was a rogue nade that came through from Pinky behind. So that will again slow it down. Here comes the zone though again. Another nade from Pinky is just trying to buy time for herself. And Arctic stepping back alongside Brute Force here. Dodging out the wave that Pinky will push. With an I think also interesting to see Hate Me there will be the one to try to stop Pinky with the help of the zone. Smart plays here as the rest of the Brute Force players understand when he's getting to the zone. Unfortunately, then though, running straight into the hands of Wildcats now closing in on that zone too.
Yeah, it's a very, very tough play to be had. In the meanwhile, Pinky trying everything in their arsenal to get themselves situated. As you can see, trying to make a bit of a play here with the utility. But unfortunately, well, Brute Force not going to be sticking around too much longer as they are going to be prioritizing more the survivability. Meanwhile, it is also then the Wildcats trying to see what they can accomplish, pushing through from that northeastern side. Oh, beautiful angle on towards Hate Me, and that is quite a bit of a turning point as Brute Force and Astra will then get ended. Now Pinky has the opportunity to get themselves securely positioned up in towards the zone, but as I said, there is an opportunity for a bit of a play then to be had here by Fenerbahce, and this is exactly what they're going to be looking to do as they are prepping themselves for a bit of a toe-to-toe. Up comes Kazik, Lord, beautiful strafing, and now it's down to Yelem to see if they can carry the name forward.
Yeah, I mean, really all did just go wrong here, DK, for Fenerbahce. They stepped up very split here, and Kazik were able to actually dissect him in more of a 2-2 fashion and a 4-man versus a 3 women's squad here, I could say. So for Fenerbahce, slightly interesting that they split themselves up so wide, considering that Kazik just were too aggressive, too fast. Pinky also going to come behind there as well and run straight into Kazik. So should unfortunately be Pinky going down here. Is the zone did shift again down very much more centrally as well towards Rook again, especially towards the Lakers here. I'm also actually interested in how the side of Slytherin will be able to navigate this hillside as well, more towards the western end of the zone in play. I think Slytherin equally have a great opportunity here to take some high ground and take a position well in the zone.
Well, let's see where they go, where they will end, as the zone is going to be constricting a lot of the opportunity down onto our teams. But of course, well, it is now make or break. Zone is going to be applying its pressure down. Ooh, but look at this, right? Slytherin also going to be looking to capitalize as they find a golden opportunity at the expense of Yakut.
Yeah, Yakut just ran straight into it. In Denny's Bank Wildcats as well, going to be running into a solo position as Rook Dreamcore will be able to defend their spot. It might not be in the zone fully, but that position was still very strong indeed at stopping those northern rotations. You can see why. KR Lionesses will fall first though. Rook, now the problem lies. You try to step outside of that compound and you run into the same problems that all of those teams coming into you had, and that is trying to navigate out with the blue zone in your face. Denny's Bank Wildcats will suffer one more, but not before almost bring Rook down to the solo instead of the hands of the Lakers though. Wildcats will be eliminated.
Oh, I mean, there's so much devastation being brought through, but we still sit with 5 teams and 7 players up. Now, the pressure is going to turn to the side of Lakers to see whether or not they can find a bit of an approach to make, right? Find that next approach to play at, because here they have a possible opportunity to end the run here for Yakut. Or sorry, the team's coming through here from Kazik. But Kazik already with 6 eliminations up. Double that of which we've seen come through for Lakers. But look at this, Futaba now bringing in lots more of that flavor that we had back in phase 3. And this is exactly the kind of play that we need to see come through now from Lakers Monarchy.
Yeah, Lakers almost gonna hit the 2 onto the nade there. You see the damage coming through. Unfortunately for Kasich, it was not to be. They will fall away, and Lakers win now 7 eliminations. Eagles, equally, I think here, a big series of eliminations coming through from them, up to 9. Another fantastic performance for them so far inside of the final 4. Rook have got themselves outside of the slightly harder position, moving from the compound into the solo building and now onto the rock, as Eagles will continue to spy down on them. The smoke providing some protection. Slytherin also looking down towards Lakers, and it's these two fights really breaking out here. The hardest for Slytherin because they also are looking towards Eagles coming up slowly on this hillside, and you can see the way in which they're moving, slightly split here, but now much more focused on to Lakers as they are having to step back with a knock onto University, and Alicio almost going down as well.
Well, let's see whether or not there is going to be a bit of that rebound being brought through here by Lakers Monarchy. I mean, definitely got a very, very strong position, at least that vertical positioning. But Slytherin's still going to be looking to pose a bit of a threat. Lakers Monarchy definitely need to find a way to strafe their way up this hill and get into those eliminations, because, I mean, it is so close. And Slytherin could quite easily bring a very big upset into the side of Lakers. Beautiful trade though coming in here. Yeah,
Alicio gets down well enough. Here comes the support, and Slytherin just did not keep control of the Lakers side. They should have known the Lakers would be coming up here without that knock, and unfortunately Eagles, again as we said, putting that pressure that we were mentioning of them coming up onto the hill, distracting Slytherin and allowing Lakers to assassinate them from behind. Now it's down to both of them though, as Rook as well fell away. Eagle Esports going to heal up with the energy drink for now, but Lakers, they take control of the castle at the top of the hill. And purple, down to 2. This is going to be a very difficult position for them. They're going to have to get multiple spots and multiple eliminations per player, but now purple already down. It looks like it's going to be the end, as Melcy doing their best, but it will be in vain. Lakers Monarchy taking the 3rd game and the first Sanhok of finals into their pockets with a chicken dinner. And I think for Lakers, much needed for them as well. They were one of those teams that needed the high points, and with the Eagles looking so strong, to put them back down in their place with a 2nd position will be good work from them. Eagles, equally though, DK, another good performance crucially with high eliminations.
Oh, that looks quite interesting. I think you know, these teams definitely going to be looking to just climb the ladder as best they can. I mean, but that's exactly the kind of approach that you want to bring through, right? You want to get those high elim matches, because that helps just catapult you up the overall standings. And as we know, right, that is essentially what you want to try and bring. But, you know, this is, I think, the exact kind of approach that we are looking for teams to try and make. I mean, Lakers Monarchy, well within reach to establishing a good position on the overall standings, and having a run like this, I mean, it's going to bode exceptionally well for them.
Yeah, and this is what you want. You need to be able to fight within these first few games to be able to secure a position, and especially in today, securing a good result here, DK, will be vital for these teams in terms of momentum for our 12 games in these 2 days. You need to be able to prove within this first day that you can survive at that top side of the standings to be able to, of course, stand a shot at that 2nd day later on tomorrow, to be able to have a chance at that $7,000, of course, shared between our top teams. Lakers Monarchy will be there again on our screens with the chicken dinner, of course, from our 3rd match. 20 total points, 10 eliminations coming through from them. A lot of those eliminations right at that last moment. Lakers really did also have overall a very solid control of the zone. The zone did, of course, come to them fairly often, so it was expected at the same time for Lakers. Still doing well with what they were given is another tall order to be able to handle. Is Amaya still looking decently tall with the longest elimination distance, 276 meters. Not as much as I think I'm used to in Sanhok. Used to actually Sanhok being the longest of the elimination distances here, DK. So a change.
Hey, change is as good as a holiday, right? So, yeah, well done to Maya for getting the longest hit. Even if it's, just under 300 meters, it'll still suffice. But also, this being Sanhok, we did see a lot more of that rescue play being pretty evident here, right? The blue zone doing its thing, the teams being forced to find a way to kind of reconcile all the damage and the difficulty they are facing coming through with those shifts.
Yeah, those shifts really were favouring, as we said, some of those teams towards the centre. It wasn't so crazy, I think, of the shifts this game. It was more just heading back towards the centre of mainland Sanhok. I think really where it lied under difficulty was those hillsides coming around. I think a lot of those teams very congested on the western side really did make it quite difficult for the overall rotations to come through rather than the eastern side, which would have offered, I would say, more opportunity to those squads. Nevertheless, it is also Eagles taking up 19 points just behind here. Lakers Monarchy Rook as well, grabbing 9, which is good to see them stay still consistent alongside Kasich Limerence and Slytherin. Another decent performance coming through from them. Still about that 7 to 8 point average per game that we are probably expecting to see throughout all of our games from these teams.
Yeah, and I think this is a good addition for Slytherin to pick up those 7 points. It could definitely do quite a few things for them with regards to the overall positioning. You could say exactly the same coming in for Lakers Monarchy. As we know, moving into this previous match, they were sitting on 10 points total. So definitely quite a bit of an impact being made in just this last game.
Yeah, and this is what we want to see also from the impact of our top 5 player focus. Melcy stepping in with 4 eliminations and that 702 damage from Eagles at the top. Fidabar for Lakers slightly behind her with only 500 damage but 5 eliminations with the accuracy per damage there coming in really clutch as Yakut, Rook, Dreamcore, and also the second of Eagles, Bianca, stepping into that top 5 as well. I think the biggest thing to notice from here, our top 5 so far that I've seen, DK, is the damage share has been actually lower as we've gone through the tournament. We saw much more varied damage shares of 1300 to 1400 per player sometimes even, and now we've gone down in the finals to about 500 to 600-700 average from our top 5. So there has been less fighting, or more decisive fighting, we could also argue, overall. Could be down, as we said, also to our last 2 games, much more being the quicker paced, get those instant fights across and not the length of team fights and the damage that we're expected to see out of these ladies overall.
I mean, you gotta find the balance. You gotta find those trade-offs that you are gonna be willing to make in here. But Sanhok, especially within these finals, is going to be one of those maps where you need to put a little bit more focus in, more than what we've had in those previous phases, because as we've already established, right, we are going to be looking at a way more balanced play out coming through between Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. And, well, seeing that we've only had 3 matches happen so far, we do see our 3 winner-winner chicken dinner teams sitting right up at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, really good averages coming through from Eagle Esports. Very aggressive as well. Slightly ahead with a gap on the elimination points there too, which is what is bringing them into that first position. At the bottom, I think we really are now looking at the teams like KMG, as you mentioned. Also, Digital Athletics, a very big surprise for me, right at the very bottom there with only 2 points, alongside Pain Ladies and Bonfire Female and Brute Force. All coming through, I mean, from our third phase. We'd like some of those third phase teams to be able to, again, show what they can do and the experience that they've garnered versus some of the top teams that they played against previously. A few of them struggling, you could say, with Yakut even there in 10th.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to be looking at a few teams having a bit of a tough run. I mean, Yakut, Lionesses, only 1 placement point each. So it is a bit of a tough spot to be in. But as we compare that, of course, to what we saw come through from Pain Ladies and Digital Athletics, I mean, they're up there, right? They're definitely up there. And of course, speaking about being up there, we've got our top 5 eliminators, the players who are essentially carrying the carnage forward across the battlefield.
Look, I mean, Kasich, no surprise, as well as Eagle. They've had fantastic big games in terms of the eliminations coming through. Yakut Fayano, as well, stepping up there. I think you could have had some big performances time to time here with their team fights, and Fiona is showing that. There also the Wildcats, Alen has been, I think, really the long-range fragger, we could argue, for the Denise Bank Wildcats squad, and was also improving that there with the 7 eliminations they've been able to get. Surprised, though, no Galatasaray members are on there, frankly, DK. I mean, I would expect even from Galatasaray's stint inside of Miramar, perhaps Sanhok doing some damage to the top 5 overall for them.
Yeah, I mean, in general, they've been doing quite a bit of damage, but yeah, I have to agree, it is quite surprising with 15 eliminations that we saw, for instance, come through in game number 2. You would expect them to have some kind of representation within the top 5. Who knows? Maybe they are just waiting in 6th place, right? Maybe the entire team is lined up in 6th, 7th, and 8th, right? So maybe it could all come down to the last game. And maybe, even more of a push coming through from Galatasaray. And I've said maybe now, maybe enough times. So let's leave the maybe and see what is going to be happening.
Yeah, we got to see what's going to be happening back on Miramar. I believe we'll be going to next here, DK, for our 4th game. It will be a short breakaway where we'll see who comes out on top in game number 4. Welcome back, everyone, to the PMEWL mid-season showdown. My name is Highland Wolf, and DK to the right of me here. DK, it's now halfway through our first day. 25% of the points have already been taken up, and it is Eagle Esports in the lead. Yet Lakers Monarchy have always been rising with their last chicken dinner. Back to Miramar now, as we say, and this is going to be where possibly we start to see some of those teams at the bottom of the leaderboard get those much needed points that we were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a golden opportunity for Galatasaray also maybe to continue with the trend, picking up even more of a victorious run when it comes to the side of Miramar. But you got to commend what Lakers Monarchy were able to do just in that last match, right? A 6-slot jump all the way up in towards, second place. That is absolutely tremendous. But yeah, this is going to be the opportunity for teams a little bit further down, as you've said, like Brute Force at Astra, Bonfire, all those squads to really hone their focus moving into the next Miramar.
Yeah, and I think that KMG as well was one of those surprises, and I think for KMG, especially alongside Slytherin have been doing well, coming out of that Phase 2 direct entry to the finals, now 8th position for them. KMG on the other end of that bottom side of the leaderboard, on the wrong side at the bottom of the leaderboard in 16th, so they will need to get some points too. It has been slightly difficult, as we said before the break, for some of those Phase 3 teams. 4 out of the 6 entrants from our last Phase 3 of the competition are still on that right side of the leaderboard, so there is still that general strength coming from the teams who made it in at the earlier stages. And I mean, as we said already, right, I mean, you've got the likes of Eagles, you've got the likes of Galatasaray, both coming from their own respective groups in stage 1 of the competition, and still showing us why they were the ones that were topping their groups as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to argue the performances that we've seen so far, right? We've got a few teams performing exceptionally well, and it's all down to who's going to be able to bring in the necessary upsets. Because, I mean, we've seen what our respective teams were able to do looking back at how they played through the previous few phases, right? We've seen a lot of them adopt a very similar kind of approach with regards to their consistency, bringing in, that maintained aggression across the board, but other teams having a little bit more of a challenging approach. I mean, for instance, if we look at what we've had come through today just by players there from KMG, right? Not a very, very happy run that they've been sitting with here so far. But if you look back at what they did in their phase, I mean, they played such a dominating play when it came to the map of Erangel, for instance, right? Securing themselves 30 eliminations. On Miramar, they got 13 eliminations and 24 total points. So they were showing a much more consistent placement than what Slytherin has brought to the table, for instance, right? And I want to see, where is that KMG? We want them back, right? We want those points on board.
Yeah, and this is also what it comes down to, I think, the nervousness. There was a few nerves definitely in the start of the first game of these finals. We could see that come through from our ladies so far. Galatasaray as well, going to head towards Montenegro. I think a slight change here coming from Galatasaray in the initial start of this game with the plane path changing in that zone as well. Going to go to the much more northern side here, so teams will be making those big wraparounds, KMG to that more most western side road, coming in behind El Pozo. They would expect also teams from that more eastern end to be making those later rotations. There's a lot of options. You could go in directly through past Graveyard and into the hill in the center. You could go up all the way even to Cruz de Val and come in behind water treatment. So there are still different options for these teams to continue to take in the loot. Right now, it doesn't look like KR Lionesses down on the South Island could be looking for an early contest onto KMG, as they have gone mostly towards that bridge side. I'll be curious if they do decide to continue to push regardless of KMG being there up towards them.
Ooh, I think that could be an interesting one to see. I mean, KR Lionesses definitely have a great opportunity to play a bit of an upset here, but I'm not going to be happy because that is going to be a bit of a tough run then coming through for KMG. Speaking of KMG though, time to get your hands on some UC. As you can see the code just appearing on the screen there yet again, 300 UC up for grabs. It is going to be a fastest fingers first, so be sure to get your hands on that. Speaking of which, there's another additional 1,800 UC. Math almost failing me right there, but another code getting dropped.
Some big numbers coming through, and I think if you are watching, make sure, of course, it seems like every single game here at EK, we are dropping the big numbers. Those 1800s coming out so far, once a game. Still some more, I'd suspect, to go into this game by what we've seen so far. KMG Esports as well, going to be continuing their looting up towards the more eastern direction across this compound, down in Cruz de Val. I would expect also teams mostly to be fairly quiet for now, judging by the fact that everyone is sort of split from the playing path for the meantime. You would expect these contentions to start happening at the end of this stage 1 side in a couple minutes time when the blue zones does start to become more of a factor. It is of course very much towards the northern end, so if it does continue to shift towards that continuous northern point of Miramar, we could see teams start to get squished, especially on those southern rotations, especially those who make it later on those slower rotations into zones going to struggle. I mean, I wouldn't mind though, to be on the other hand quite honest. I mean, Oasis, we talked about it earlier, DK, and I'm quite a fond believer of Oasis. Yes,
we didn't. We've never spoken about it.
We've never spoken, yeah. We've never obviously spoken about it every day we get to Miramar.
Never heard that name even.
No, never.
I don't know what this place is.
Never mentioned the water.
Is it a dessert? Is it a dessert or a thing?
I mean, it could be something like refreshing, you know. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is refreshing in the north. I mean, the water's like quite refreshing, you know, like in a hot desert, just taking some time to relax, wash out the face, like get cool again, you know. This is what these teams clearly need, and this is why we should go to Oasis, of course.
Again, I don't know what you're talking about, but sure, right? We'll see. We'll see how this one is going to pan out, rather. In the meanwhile, we do have Fenerbahce coming through with their own approach, as they are, well, kind of just rolling all over the place, as they do move in the general direction here of Hacienda del Patron. But already, that is exactly where we see the players, or some of the players rather, then coming through from KYS Virtue. But it doesn't seem like Fenerbahce are going to be opting into Hacienda del Patron. Instead, they are going to be focusing their efforts much further north, potentially all the way up into water treatment.
Yeah, and this is also what I would expect some of these teams to be able to be doing, is making those bigger, bolder rotations. If you are going to rotate this early into stage 1, there is a angle here as we see Fenerbahce doing. Being the first to rotate before anyone else is really available to start having to form a position of strength to stop these rotations coming out. You can get away with some bolder moves like this earlier on. So I like what Fenerbahce are doing, making sure they get a solid central position in case of those northern shifts like we talked about. KYS Virtue going to also be very split here as well, taking their own loot. You can see around inside the mansion resort here, Delicia just continuing without any contention here to take up all the loot. Plenty to go around for Delicia.
Yeah, and that's what we want to see, right? Plentiful loot. That is exactly the kind of setup that you want, because then you can choose your poison, right? Choose exactly how you want to fight your way through the coming few phases. And of course, while we're only still in phase 1, we have still a long, long way to go until anything is going to be even remotely close to being decided. And we are also yet sitting with all our players up. We've got all 53 of them. Eagles, it seems, only joining this match with a 3-piece. But again, at the end of the day, you know, you got to take it as it comes. And I want to see what the pacing is going to be here. KYS also still heavily exploring this, you know, Hacienda del Patron region.
Yeah, so one of them was getting surrounded here by Ruger Dream Core, so I suspect they'll start to come together. In the meantime, that buggy is not going to go anywhere though if they get that stuck a little bit more. I do like, however, this more slower approach to these teams continuing the looting phase. I think this was something of a weakness of these ladies. A lot of them did not loot up a lot. At the start, it was much more about fighting and engaging for the eliminations. This was very fun to watch. It wasn't so great towards the end of the game, especially for a map like Miramar, where they would struggle without having the utility, without enough smokes, without enough grenades, or maybe too much of Molotovs versus smoke. So the balance and the amount, especially of the vital utility that these ladies are picking up in the early game, actually speaks to me about the improvements to the rotations and the early game play that they've been making, where they're making a lot more use of these initial 5-10 minutes of the game to put themselves in a better position later on and be able to make longer, more forward out plays rather than running out of utility mid-fight.
Yeah, because I mean, if you get into early engagements and you are not necessarily within a position to get, to restock that loot, at the end of the day, it becomes a war of attrition, and that is definitely not the position you want to find yourself in. But speaking about positions, though, Fenerbahce, they are going to be looking to opt in towards center zone, and as we did see that zone shift continuing further and further towards the north, it is getting very close to that other spot, right? That spot which we shall not name. But let's see how is it gonna go, though, as we do have Rook Esports now rotating right up alongside Fenerbahce, or rather Rook Dreamcore, as there could be even more excitement just over the horizon.
Yeah, so around this Death Valley is really where teams I suspect will be drawing the lines to set up, like Copperia. Also for KMG, I would expect moving past around that creative fields. I don't suspect anyone's really going to want to sit down towards this southwestern side. It would be very risky considering that a lot of that zone really isn't around that location. It would be very slim chance that it pings back towards you. The northern side, those mountains just below the location that shall not be named, is also very vital, I think, as well for these teams. I would definitely like to see Rook take a little bit more of a stand up towards the high ground, as teams especially coming in from the more outer edges of the zone now will be also looking to do the same, right? They'll be looking around these sort of trifecta of mountains that you see just towards that more easterly end of the zone. Really is the strongest point and one of the only points of the zone that you would expect to see teams go to if they're not going to look to navigate past the dangerous Death Valley location, which for obvious reasons and its name speaks to why teams will not be going there.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very welcoming region to pull into, right? But speaking of welcoming, it is going to be the Wildcats now, just teetering on the edge, looking for a bit of an opportunity. The tires will get popped, and great plays, though, coming through there from the side of Galatasaray. I like the range attempts that we see. I mean, this is definitely making the Wildcats, at least to some extent, maybe just look to consider just where exactly they find themselves situated. But we do have quite a bit of a spread actually coming through here for the Dennis Bank Wildcats.
Yeah, so especially as we said, controlling one of these sides of that big ravine for its name really is going to create a lot of control and, again, zone these players away. I think this is what Denise Bank Wildcats want. They're definitely a team that, so far that we've seen in the finals, like to have a control of a spot, like to create distance from their teams. I think Denise Bank Wildcats, when they've been at their strongest, have been about zoning teams and putting them in those uncomfortable positions and then going in for the eliminations once those teams feel too pressured. So Wildcats like to definitely create that slower sense of play and set up for the eliminations later on.
Well, speaking about setups, we are going to be looking at that zone, getting ready to pop yet again. Where is it going to take us, though? It's going to be the big question. Ooh, it shifts even further up towards the north, maybe even over towards the northwest. So we will still see a potential opportunity for the place that we won't mention the name of to be in play, as we can see it now.
It's getting closer.
Yes, it is getting closer indeed. But we also see KMG now looking to get themselves situated in center zone.
Look, I mean, KMG as well, going to definitely be looking at that mountain, I think, for sure. There is a slight couple of buildings there you can see in the center of the mountain as well. Teams might look to go there. There's also a slightly bigger, not warehouse building, but it's been more in a shed, not really a warehouse, just above KMG, that might also look for themselves. The problem with the small houses or buildings you can see in the center of that mountain is you get trapped inside the higher ground around those buildings. So as much as they offer you cover temporarily, if that zone does shift away to you, from you later on, then you start to come into some bother where teams who already know your position there will then try to punish you on the rotation out of that same location. So teams may avoid stepping in too far for now, as KMG dancing away, but the dance skills onto the floor are not enough, and Protosanovka will end up falling down. KMG going to lose one, and Eagles picking up the long-range shot. And crucial for them, unfortunately only 3 players here so far in this game, and that could hinder them considering their momentum that they've got.
I mean, Paint Ladies and Eagles definitely looking to play quite a bit of an upset. Both teams just reaching into the opponents. But I mean, for Paint Ladies, right, Stacy trying to bring in a little bit of opportunity, a little bit of repayment for the knock that has been secured down onto Sarah. Good angles being held here. Kua just on the edge. Definitely going to be trying to capitalize on all the available hard covers to them. Here we go, right? Stacy just finding opportunity after opportunity to be an absolute nuisance here.
Yeah, and this is where the map knowledge also really comes into play here. I mean, nevertheless, this is still a location the teams will not be as familiar with here, DK. And this is really where those teams who maybe have scouted out a bit more of how to play around Oasis, how to play around these niche positions, but you don't often get to see actually this northern side. Even towards the left side of Oasis, actually, in more of those open spots, you can see Stacy really taking advantage of the high ground and pinning down those players inside the compounds where otherwise, outside of these locations in the north, is actually fairly open, is somewhat flat towards that northern end. And you run into the same problems as if you had a zone very much on the eastern end where those sort of fields towards the big wall are. For example, where you do get stuck in a really difficult position coming out from that mountainside.
Yeah, similar to what we had in our first showing of Miramar here today. Those fields that you're referring to there. But speaking about fields, though, this is a golden opportunity for Rook Dreamcall to go field a few eliminations, as they have quite a plethora of teams yet to push on forward. Fenerbahce, of course, being one of those, finding themselves all the way down the hill and still being a considerable distance away from Zorn. But only now within stage 4 do we see our first team getting dropped. That is, of course, going to be the players from KR Lionesses. But now comes the opportunity for Brute Force at Astra to find a little bit of that spice over on towards KYS Virtue. But a beautiful nade as Hate Me gets dropped.
Yeah, Brute Force really just not showing the aggression here. However, for Maisie, they certainly are, and they are on a tear right now in that elimination feed versus Galatasaray. Want to see what happens around there as Rook Dreamcore as well, slowly pushing their way forward into that zone, which has continued to go up towards the northern side. Still going to be a lot of it, though, on that kind of downcline to more of those open areas, as we said, where KR Lionesses did fall. And Eagle's going to pick up now that freed up position for themselves. I suspect also Kazik will look there as a backup option if they need to, once Lakers, if they end up surviving past there, and if they need to avoid some reason more other teams moving in past those Oasis points. And this is where Oasis actually does get interesting, because the water does split yourselves apart. It's Fenerbahce very split apart here, as I'll have to hold my point. Alem, the only one alive right now, should I say, with Sela, trying to find a new position here very quickly against KYS Virtue. Crucial Alam provides some support as Kowalski is looking down for the finish.
Ooh, is it gonna reach though? Alam definitely trying to make a little bit of noise here on the edge.
Oh, that's
Aquarius
huge.
is down. This could be the opportunity now to pick up Kowalski, and in doing so, take down the remainder of the KYS Virtue squad. Is going to be a 1v1, at least on the front line. Kowalski cooking up a bit of an aid. Not quite sure if Kowalski is aware as to the whereabouts here of Elam. But now, also, we still have Ruch just hanging around in the back end. And, well, Kowalski actually gets the Grenada award.
Yeah, and this is a crucial thing, was because he got a triple knock with the double elimination through onto the rest of Fenerbahce. They landed that nade down onto the vehicle, so it's only now one alive, and you can see ALM very much struggling without that extra support they required. And to jump back here as well, Digital Athletics in that difficult position, as we said, where you get split as a team up towards that northern side. So when you start to navigate this northern end of the zone, you either are in the open, on the left, or on the north, navigating around those lakes, as we said, those sort of puddles in towards the oasis, and really is going to be difficult because without those points of hard cover, the moment you try to rotate towards your team or rotate to make a push anywhere around that northern end, you end up getting caught by these other squads who can be very hidden around equally. There are many buildings that do lie around this location.
Well, it's definitely a rare occurrence for us to make it all the way up into Oasis. Right now we can say the name without having to worry about repercussions. But let's see whether or not Voodoo is going to be able to lock in on towards Letty. Letty just trying to peek and prod through those windows. Of course, Digital Athletics also having a relatively tough run, as we can see all the way to the edge of the zone. Taking a slight little detour over towards that more western positioning. But still, I'm very happy because we had Oasis essentially being a big portion of the playable area, and the team's already just being put through the ringer. But I'm curious to see exactly what Yakut are going to be doing, as we got them just here on the southern edge of zone alongside the Wildcats.
Yeah, so this zone has actually shifted back towards the slight incline to the hill, but you have the Bank Wildcats. I think an excellent rotation here to not get sucked down into the safety of those buildings on the bottom in terms of the open flats. They have been able to keep themselves controlling those slightly higher hills, those more protection still offered, but as you can see the angles provided, and does provide some hits for the Bank Wildcats to fight against. Dream Ports well, continuing still to stay on that high ground. And Axe making good work of it, will be able to grab another elimination so far. That'll be up to 2 now for them. Slow work, but it is controlling work still from Rook nevertheless.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what you got to find, right? It's just that consistency, that steady pacing. Speaking of pacing, though, it is going to be down to Yakut. Ooh! As they will get yet another devastating blow dealt into the side. It's down to Tommy to see if they can hold true, if they can clutch up and defend their honor. And also potentially maybe just bring Fayano back into contention. I mean, Yakut standing a very good chance here with having a bit of that bounce back opportunity. But looking at the spread over on towards the edge of zone, right? Once they get themselves back on their feet, it is going to be a pretty tough play to get even further situated in towards the zone.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually Rogue Dreamclaw didn't push further in towards Yakut and KMG, judging by the elimination feed surely on their screen and the amount actually of players that were dropping and the amount of gunfire that was happening through. So curious to see now Rook contesting instead against Galatasaray, obviously looking for that more centric position inside of the zone instead of the fight, as KMG Esports, speaking of, Katie Pie is only going to have to struggle in a 1v2 and getting surrounded here, will not be able to flush out this mean down behind, comes the other Fayano, a clean takedown of KMG as they will fall. Another unfortunate performance from them.
Well, at least, right? We did see eliminations coming through for KMG.
True.
So, you know, it's good, right? 3 eliminations, definitely better than the 1 they had. So they are now sitting on a mantle of 4.
That's
so
a positive. That is, it's still up.
Up.
It is still up, and up like this zone. It is actually switched. It's gone down. It's gone down over to the East Bank Wildcats, and Voodoo and the rest are going to be very happy about this. The zone pretty much has blessed them. Quite frankly, with this position, it's going to be very difficult for all of those northern teams to be able to move back down in towards those mountainsides. Currently controlled, of course, by Galatasaray, as we said, and Rook. Yes, Yakut are also there, but they are going to be still making their way into the zone. Lakers will fall, and that was a long shot there through from Voodoo, I believe, but a third now going over to them.
Well, that was almost a slam dunk onto the Lakers, but now it is going to be a Rook.
Oh my goodness, stop
having to defend on towards the edge of zone. They still have Galatasaray just down below, well within reach, and that is it. A slam, of course, then coming in. Now it's going to be Letty from Eagles that is going to be suffering a little bit of that pressure as well, but still such a contentious zone to work their way through, and even Fire finding its way over into purple.
Look, if we're going with the puns, we might as well say they might as well fly their way up, because they're going to climb And I don't think Bears, last time I checked, were that good at it when it comes to instead just going into the airs. Fortunately, Milici will be stuck on the ground, pinned by the wings down on by the rest of Rook Dream Core here and Yakut. Denise Bank Wildcats still keeping control of their position as they're letting those northern teams take each other out. Yakut finally, however, have come in to the backside and they will just clean up Denise Bank Wildcats. That is that. And then somehow that nade found every single one of them. Denise Bank Wildcats completely wiped just like that in instant. Not a single fight against them. 2v4, but they make it work. And now Yakut. They will be the ones with, surprisingly, the position inside of the zone and to take this game. Rook Dream Core up to 7. Still Andy Eagles up to 5. So good eliminations. They just need to get into the second position.
Ooh, alright. You know, sometimes a team huddle is a good thing. Other times when there are nades at play, not necessarily. Right. But speaking of which, though, look at the spray coming through here from the Tommy right down onto Amaya. Speaking of nades, though, Rose getting found by one as we do now look onto Sonia as well as a little bit of Sonia to bring in the saving grace. But could this be that opportunity now that Rook Dream Core are going to be looking for? I mean, they can almost taste the chicken, but how committed are they? As you can see, Kazik suffering quite a few devastating blows.
Yeah, Kazik's down to 1. Lior is again the only one remaining. Rook, you have a problem though, and that is Yakut still alive. They have pinned him down to this one building, so Lior won't be so pressured down by Rook. However, Axe is still there. Axe has been found as well. Liora both being shot down by Fayana. It's just who goes first, and unfortunately it is going to be Kazix down in 3rd. Rook now down to 2nd. I don't think they're going to be getting up this hillside. They're going to have to try now wrap around back into this zone on the south. At least, however, Yakut will need to come down from the mountainside and more into the open, ever so slightly to get into this zone, and they still have Rook here a player advantage. Flyano needs to do something. They cannot let here Rook and it's me here allow Rook to get inside of his zone with 3 players alive.
I mean, this is going to be a important play now coming through for Yakut, right? They came into this match, sat all the way down in 10th position, but of course it is going to be Rook Dream Core to reign supreme, even adding more to their tally. Of course, they started the match off with 25 points total. Now, coming through with a glorious run, as we know, managing to secure themselves double-digit eliminations. I mean, that is just going to take them one step beyond.
Yeah, Rook as well have been, as you said, consistent throughout the day today. So for them, this is really a good performance on top of what already has been a very strong showing today by the squad overall. I think also for Yakut, you have to give them props to somehow taking down the side of Wildcats, a moment of complacency through from them really allowing a very quick series of knocks and eliminations by Yakut inwards, as well as also Yakut taking down KMG, I think is also only going to add to their eliminations that they ought to also grab themselves.
Yeah, I mean, as we know, Yakut ended their run with 7 eliminations up, but I definitely think the MVP is going to be Amaya, all the way from Kazik, as, you know, we did see Amaya walking away with those 5 eliminations as an individual. The team, of course, collectively sitting on 8. So still a very strong effort coming through there from KZ Glimmerins. But, you know, as we know, there's only one team that will be awarded that winner chicken dinner. Rook, they did the work, right? They got the job done, they got the chicken secured, and of course that is their first chicken dinner for the day.
Yeah, this is their first chicken dinner of the day. Hopefully will be that of a few more, at least for Rook Dream Core. We know that they have been also very consistent when it comes to getting those chicken dinners per phase that they've been playing in, so this will only add to their total. 10 eliminations as well. I think it just speaks also to, I think, the control overall that Rook really do have. I think Rook are one of these teams that really are, when they get into the zone, you can see that they consistently start to grow more and more into the point that they don't let go so much of the control that they've had and only continue to get those points. But Chicken Net coming through, as well as the longest elimination distance here coming through from Stesi, is that will be the highest so far of the finals at 366. More healing done, but we still are only around that 120 to 130 throwables used here, DK. Much less outside of the abnormality of that first game.
Yeah, but you gotta commend Stacey though. I mean, that long-range hit, that was the hit that they needed to back to get their only elimination for this match. So might as well just get the job done, and a very strong effort coming through from them regardless.
Yeah, and it's also the strong showings got to come through, as we said, from Yakut and Kasich Limerence. Both 13 points to their totals already. Wildcats as well, they do fairly good work coming up to the end of the game. 9 points for them and 8 there for Eagles. Slytherin are still slightly behind. 5 points for them there as well in 6th position. I'm keeping an eye on Slytherin here. DK, they are still hanging around that top side of the leaderboard when it comes to getting points per game.
I mean, they slipping and sliding their way through, right? Who knows? They might be able to get a little bit of a cheeky surprise moving into, well, Sanhok yet again. But in the meanwhile, we are going to be taking a look at our player focus and our top achievers, of course. It is going to be Amaya sitting with the most eliminations and the highest damage for this game.
Yeah, I mean, Amaya really has been one of the standout players of the finals so far. DK, they've been on multiple now player focuses. They are on the top 5 eliminations. It's another 5 added to the total here for Kasich for her. Axley as well was doing so much work on that long range for the side of Rook, getting those 4 eliminations for themselves. Denise Banks Budu doing the same, and then also Yakut, of course, Fayano and Ditami, the 2 players at the end there. Just unfortunate, I think that Yakut really did peak out just a bit too eager towards the end. I would have really expected them to do some more work versus Rook Dream Core at the end on that 1v1 for them. Unfortunately, Rook really is playing that to arguably not perfection, there's always something to improve on, but very well done by them indeed to have such a control on a moment that they did come out to peak. Is Rook Dream Core 1800 going to be coming through for them on the highest eliminations? Again, going to still be around those more even points of 500 from the rest of them, compared to the top, still standing strong every game with about those 1800 to 1500 marks for damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's a healthy conversion rate coming through. They're very efficient. But of course, you know, as you can see, quite a bit of damage being brought through here by our top 4 teams. Slytherin come really close to that position, you know, ending their run there on 658 points. Also a strong effort nonetheless. But it is Miramar, right? A map that is not necessarily known for its aggression. That, of course, is going to come through as we venture over into a little bit of Sanhok. But still, I think a very respectable play coming through from all our teams here.
Yeah, I think as well, in terms of the overall standings here, you can start to see it is there is some consistency coming through from those at the top, with Rook again keeping themselves now in this 2nd position, beating out Kasich ever so slightly. Eagles still standing in that top position. Slytherin still standing there in that 8th position for them as well. If they are tied on towards the left side of the leaderboard, KYS Virtue starting to climb up on the other hand of that board as well. Digital Athletics was unfortunate to see them fall there to Galatasaray this last game as well. They were looking like they had a lot of damage, about that 700 mark. Only 1 elimination because it was Galatasaray who came back with a clutch. So Digital Athletics still down there now in even last position, only 3 points. They really do have to, I think, frankly, keep themselves climbing. 1 to 2 point average per game in the finals really isn't what you would expect to see. Yes, it's got to happen to someone sometime, but it can't be you every game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a tough one, right? We were also asking for KMG to step it up. They surely did in this past match. But speaking about stepping it up, we are going to be taking a look at our top eliminators. And it is, of course, going to be none other than Amaya adding those 5 eliminations thanks to the last game. Sonia, as well as Fayano, coming through with very good representation on here, as well as we've now ventured into the double-digit realm.
Yeah, double digits is Amaya will be leading up all of those double-digit eliminations, as they will be with 15. Actually, with those extra 4 we're able to grab, gets themselves now into second. Fayano still there in third, and the Eagles 2, Purple and Bianca with 10 each. Fayano, I think, has been an interesting one, where she has actually been very consistently, I think, through all the phases on top of these 5 eliminations in terms of the ladies there. And I think Fayano, one of those players that really is such a crucial point of Yaku, and is why when you see Yaku at the end of those games where they do perform well, it's because Fayano was still there to bring in more eliminations. We'll have to see if they can keep that up going now into our next game, along with those to bring themselves back up a volatile one on Sanhok just after a break. Heyo everyone and welcome back to the PMEWL mid-season showdown finals. It's now game 5 and it's back on to Sanhok once again with also DK and myself, Harlan Wolf, here to lead us through our final 2 games here at DK. And it was just coming off the back of Rook Dream Corps sliding their way into 2nd position with their last chicken dinner on Miramar. Eagles so on top, and they are still looking strong off of their last Sanhok performance just earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, we did speak about this. We said the Eagles esports team is perched at the top. So, you know, we're going to be looking to see whether or not they'll be able to maintain that consistency. But speaking about consistency, I mean, both Eagle esports as well as Rook Dream Corps, both teams are sitting on 21 total placement points that they've been able to secure so far. So it does show the consistency that they've been able to bring through. Eagle, of course, you know, leading a little bit more towards the aggression, sitting on a grand total of 33 eliminations, so that is a hefty amount to bring forward. But of course now, speaking about hefty elims, this is exactly the map in which you could look to accrue even more of those, as, you know, Sanhok is a game in which we could see a lot of that punishment getting dealt out. And this is where I'm going to be looking at especially Lakers Monarchy and Eagle Esports to see what these two teams are going to be bringing to the foreground.
Yeah, so it is going to be a overall, again, northern mainland zone. There is going to be slight more variation, and where the, of course, mountain of that northwest is still in play. Expect only, I assume, some teams here to be looking at that location and to initially loot up. Galatasaray, I like their split, actually. This is something that I want to quickly talk about, where you do see teams, often in the higher tournaments, do this, where they take 2 players on the L compound, and they're one on the boot camp hill and another on that northern side. I think, actually, we've not seen it so far this tournament. So this is actually great work from Galatasaray, also stepping away from boot camp, understanding that KR Lionesses were there. So again, adaptations coming through from the 3rd game, very welcome from them. Slytherin also, they're going to move into the northern side. We're looking potentially maybe for Bombaya female. Talking about those early adaptations here, DK, they have also moved up to Tap Mock. So I like to see the changes coming through from these teams, even in just one game's break between these Sanhok matches.
You'll also notice that there is not a single hot drop.
There is, and that's all from those changes, right?
Yeah.
Also the same with Paradise Resort, is they understand the Eagles, they won at this time, so KMG have also moved away and changed their location too. So it always just going to come down to the initial losing phases, which I like a lot more. These teams going to have more time to also prepare in their rotations. I think also with the way that these rotations have come out, I would definitely expect some teams to be looking for those rotations down on the southwest side, or potentially even brute force to also do the same, coming in maybe towards the side of Cow. I think this would be an option for them to again make those wider moves. On the other hand, as well, the docks, I wouldn't be surprised even if I would have seen Pain Ladies take another big rotation themselves round towards the northern side to bypass in. Instead, they're going to go for, I think, a slightly riskier rotation, which is coming through that southern point past Quarry, which is going to be not taken up just now. So I do like at least if they are making those early rotations to try catch players out and get a position more solidly for themselves without being contested.
Yeah, it's all about thinking ahead and looking to see if you can maybe get a bit of a surprise play to come in here. But, I mean, I just like the way that the teams are spread out. We are looking at Galatasaray and, of course, Slytherin just getting closer and closer over on towards that northwestern island. So there could be a little bit of action heading our way. But also the contention is building, as you pointed out, much closer towards that Quarry region. So we've got 4 teams potentially prepping for a bit of a step up here. So it's all going to come down to who will be the first one to pull the trigger.
Yeah, so I think we might be able to avoid the contention for now. You can see that 2 of Lakers are actually much further north into the zone. So the rest of Lakers ideally probably just going to be looting their way up. They also realize that KMG are there and around the Quarry section surely by now. So they should move further away. Instead, it is going to be Slytherin, going to be falling down to decided Galatasaray, assuming here that Galatasaray have made more of that move up towards the northwest down the island, where Slytherin were initially having that one player just on the off angle. So yeah, will be that one player going down for Slytherin just now as Galatasaray moved up. Unfortunate, but it happens. Just not again expecting it, considering that it is still not even in the closing of stage 1 just now.
Yeah, and I mean, that was QSE that we saw getting taken out there. But already, Sima locking it in. Speaking about locking it in, though, we got Sesha also coming through with a little bit of their share in the aggression, as KMG are going to be looking to up the ante, and that comes at the expense of the Lakers, and already 2 players getting taken away.
Yeah, so these slower rotations, getting caught out by teams who also understand that they are in the vicinity. They allow the time to do the research, understand that there is a woman disadvantage here in terms of the numbers, and as a result, they KMG just walk in and they're able to take down, I think, Lakers without that much contention, who, again, as we said, were very split on that 2-2, couldn't come up to support each other. KR Lionesses as well. A good vantage point here stepping out of boot camp. I like that they're not going to stay inside the compound. We also saw earlier on in the tournament that teams did get stuck inside that boot camp compound, staying there too long, and they're not having the awareness of where to move out. So there's definitely a plan here on them moving around that coastal line up towards the north now that they finished looting with obviously a lot through that main compound.
Well, we'll see how these teams are going to be looking to get themselves positioned yet again. I mean, Paradise, right, if you know how to play the region, it could be a very, very satisfactory position to hold. But of course, now, meanwhile, we are going to be looking here onto PewPew, who's just been, well, PewPewed on down, as Faresh has come through with a little bit of that heat. Galatasaray, I like this aggressive push. Right, I like the positioning that they're starting to take in here, but unfortunately they're not going to be awarded more than one Slytherin, as the rest of the crew has instead decided to move over towards that eastern side, just crossing the bridge.
Yeah, I'm just really curious why Slytherin decided still to keep PewPew in that vicinity. I mean, you knew Galatasaray were moving their way up northwards. They had already taken one of your players down, so opting to actually go back to Hatin and stay in this location while Galatasaray were on that move. I mean, you also maybe might have been aware that they were coming in from the sort of central area from their third game where they dropped in boot camp. Of course it did change, but they were still coming from around the same horizontal position if you cut a line across the map. So it is surprising that they lose 2 players, considering that the first one, yes, understandable on the earlier rotation. The second was more of a mistake, I would say, from the Slytherin, splitting up just too much.
Yeah, well, let's see whether or not Slytherin are going to be able to bounce back. It's going to be KR Lionesses still holding nice and steady just on the edge of boot camp. I mean, so far, right, the position is going to be paying off, at least with regards to survivability. They've not necessarily been able to get their hands on a few additional eliminations, but if they just persist, and we can see that focus come through, we could have that definitely looking to change up as we move upwards and onwards. Speaking of which, it is going to be Galatasaray now looking to cross the bridge, looking for the remainder of Slytherin.
And this is all down, I think, to the information that they were gathering from that third game, of course, here, TK. I mean, they knew Slytherin would be in around this location. They would also know someone would be around this spot too. It is going to be the rest of Slytherin, so if one of these players do get knocked, they will actually understand that, again, it is Slytherin here, and it will make that aggressive push. You would have to imagine understanding that it will just be one player remaining. Unfortunately, one of those players will get knocked into the riverside, as Galatasaray are opting to journey into the water up and towards the shoreline. Feleka stepping up also towards more of the front to try answer this push coming up potentially from the lower ground. Feleka also taking some damage here. Is Mari and Kali, 2 of the core players, I would argue here, for the side of Galatasaray, especially Kali. We saw what she could do in that second game with 9 eliminations already. Toffee, of course, the MVP as well from last season, just making their way around instead towards a more further position. So potentially Galatasaray just holding them here in a potential bid just to retreat backwards to that northern compound or series of buildings just adjacent here to Slytherin.
Well, the pressure is, if we got to be honest, we do have the players from Brentford and Astra also now coming through with their approach, but at least for the sake of Galatasaray, it does seem like Brute Force are going to be pulling into Hattin and not necessarily committing to that breach just yet. But now, with the zone doing its thing, this is where I think the tension is going to start to build. At least we have pretty much all our respective teams now situated close to the safe region, right? Of course, we're still going to be waiting there for Kazik to make their decisive play. But now the opportunity will present itself, as we know that zone is going to start moving up very, very soon. So the teams will have to try and kind of read it ahead of time.
Yeah, so I think for Brute Force, they could still go to Cal. They could still also go to those few resort huts that you saw on the north that teams that we've seen in previous games go to. There's a hill there just above that. Of course, it could look down on squads like Galatasaray, moving in towards the north side, also take advantage if it does continue to move to the north of teams rotating in there. Paradise Resort here also is another option where teams are starting to cluster. Side of Eagles and Wildcats we saw gathering around that location as Toffee is stepping too far here, but they will find a 1-for-1 versus Slytherin for now and bring it down to Faleka. They will definitely understand now, but it will be Slytherin here in the location, and Faleka, unfortunately for them, they will or should understand at least that it is this solo player remaining and it can start to push further in. Setting up the nade for now, though, as Faleka just needs to buy as much time as possible to try find a new position, to try find some more information. However, here, now as Galatasaray members start to gather, you can see backs into a corner. They'll get the one from behind, and it's all about just buying the time here as now Toffee steps in. And from the multiple angles, Slytherin will be the first eliminated.
Quick little bout of that tap, right? Lovely sound when the DBS does its thing. And, well, another strong push coming through here from Galatasaray. But in doing so, they've also alleviated quite a bit of the pressure coming through from this western side, right? We still see the rest of the lobby essentially focused over towards the east with, well, the KR Lionesses just above the KZig, the Menes team here. But again, like, where will KZig now look to make this push towards? Because I'm pretty sure that they know exactly where the KR Lionesses are situated. It's all going to come down to how the KZig Limerence is going to be looking to respond to the position.
Yeah, the problem for KZig here is this, they've actually rotated out to, I think, a worse position. They've lost one, and of course, you can't move backwards because if you're deeper behind here, the line where Lioness can see, you've got Rook there in the distance. You've also got another squad there of Yakut. So, Kasich, I think they should have actually held this location. It was Lioness that had to come down realistically to them. They will go back to the compound, but they've already now lost two of their players, and they aren't going to be realistically able to hold this versus the full woman power of KR Lionesses. So Logica stepping in with that Molotov will now only block the one door side as they start to, of course, cluster down. Nature also looking around to the information further on in the game. I understand this as they are slowly pushing into the compound. They may also, again, of course, with the understanding of that extra information they've been gathering, decide yet still to move away from this and take the two together.
Well, speaking about Nox, though, we are going to be looking there at Digital Athletics, also finding themselves in a little bit of a bumpy spot, as they are going to be looking to contest the Pain Ladies. But Pain Ladies now getting taken down to one, as Say Baby is the last one to try and defend their honor. Blair, of course, now having to get themselves patched up before continuing with the onslaught. But you got to like the setup coming through from Digital Athletics. I mean, we've been waiting quite a bit to see the team here really just showcase all their capabilities. And, I mean, you know, saving that for match number 5, I think could be a very healthy surprise to come in.
Yeah, very helpful indeed is also the UC steadily dropping away there, as well as Pain Ladies, of course, disappearing. You will have to be quick on that one, as Pain Ladies have covered it up. Hopefully there will be more. As Digital Athletics moving their way in with 4 eliminations. There is your next code on the screen, and Digital Athletics, might I add as well here, DK, are up to, as we said, 4 eliminations. So that is well, more points than they've gathered throughout the entirety of the last 4 matches. So they are improving.
Yeah, they definitely are improving quite a bit. And that was what we love to see. I mean, already just based on how they are playing this game, as we know, all the way back in game number 3, they found themselves with a bit of a bubble. And our viewers, of course, can find themselves with more than bubbles. They can find themselves with 1,800 you see the code just there on screen. So be sure to quickly pause and rewind in case you missed it. As I keep on failing with my math here, it is going to be up to KR Lionesses now to see whether or not they can still continue that push over onto Kasich.
Find the algebraic lines in towards Kasich and be able to crack the formula of taking down the 2 as there is also 600 more UC. Make sure to, of course, grab in all the codes. There's still one more game to go. So assumably here, DK, even more UC still to give away tonight if you have been unlucky and not quick enough to be able to get those codes in game. Is KYS Virtue coming down around Paradise Resort here too? So more teams stepping into this more eastern end of the zone, whereas it has, of course, gone backwards to a slight more westerly shift this next stage 3. And this is something as well that I think these teams will be looking to keep an eye out for as we move into tomorrow's Sanhok games, is that it has also been more of these teams gathering on the east here, DK, and I would like to see more rotations actually wider down towards the South Islands, utilizing the Side Islands, or towards more the west generally. Of course, the zone is going to be very much more towards east when we continue making those same rotations. However, it has been very central, and I think there's much more opportunity for these teams to be making use of those island crossing points.
Speaking about crossings, you can also, cross your I's and dot your T's. If you quickly rewind, there was yet another code that came on through as well. Even more UC up for grabs. And now back to the topic at hand. Right, it is going to be KR looking to see if they can get the jump in towards Kasich, and a nice bit of a shift coming through on towards the southwestern side. I mean, KR feeling very, very happy with the shift, seeing that they find themselves in quite the setup. And it's all going to come down to how they utilize this next space. And while we wait to see what they'll do, again, even more UC now up on stream. Be sure to get your hands on those. I tried to pronounce the code into a word, but I don't quite seem to be able to get it. Same as Fenerbahce now, well, getting themselves back into the lobby.
Yeah, unfortunate here. They're going to have to learn a bit here. Also, Rook. As they will spy down on these positions. They just have to find one more as Leora is in the other building now, pincered between the 2 of these squads. And you can see the position here that Kazakhs did leave, and they made themselves vulnerable into this spot. I think they won't make this mistake again. It was unfortunate, and you can see they have been suffering ever since with KR Lionesses, Rook there as well. KYS Virtue in some bother versus the one for now from KMG is Kalipai will fall down, but there are more players still coming in behind. And 2 more than 1 last time I checked in the mass, and that is a problem for Aquarius on the front as they will go down. Now also another code on your screen, but also KYS Virtue needs to get the bullets down onto KMG onto their screen as Kowalski not able to find them. We'll have to wrap around and back towards the rest of the KYS Virtue team.
Well, here we got Sagita. I want to see what Sagita is going to be able to bring on through here. Sesha also now going to be looking to wrap it up as KMG takes yet another approach. Another strong match, at least here for KMG, right? 3 eliminations up. Things are definitely starting to improve. It seems like they've been able to find a lot more confidence as they now look to assert themselves out on this battlefield. But speaking about that, of course, they still have to defend the edge here, as we do have Lakers hanging in the wing. That is none other than Futaba coming through, as you can see there. But the knock has been secured, and ooh, devastation getting delivered onto the side of Pinky, as we are down to Kowalski now for KOIS Virtue.
And there are so many teams on this northern side. DK, Brute Force is another one to add to the problem. Seren kiting out the bullets. And Brute Force, unfortunately, not able to find anything is it will be Bonfire still moving forward. Laura did fall from earlier as Blair also finding the bullets into their Bonfire female as they just walked in to the Digital Athletics, and so here will the side of Wildcats into Eagles. Stepping outside of the Paradise Resort from earlier is Edia, now also under some pressure behind the rock. Will dodge out an 8 for now, down to half HP. Alem as well, so low. But Eagles, they've got the utility in Wildcats. They are stuck in that position.
Oh, yep, you can't be stuck, right? You definitely want to try and get yourself out of a very sticky situation, and I think a good call has been made here by the Eagles, as they are going to be looking to opt into zone instead, as opposed to, maybe suffering quite a few casualties. Speaking about casualties, Sima, so close to getting knocked right on down, so Sima definitely going to have to hope that they have enough meds patch that HP bar. In the meanwhile, the rest of the Lioness is now ripping into Faresh as they will too get dropped. And this is now Galatasaray down to a potential 3-piece.
Yeah, for Galatasaray, they have now at least got themselves some cover in the vehicles, crossing that slight dip. They were able there, the KR Lionesses, to find one for now. Rook as well on the side angle as well. Mari has to be careful. However, for Rook, it does seem like they are still more focused on that one of K6 still alive, so some offering of respite from Rook Dreamcore for now, but as that player does fall down from K6, here Galatasaray need to be faster, because you can see Rook, their next angle of opportunity, they're already looking towards that a cover point of the building and up towards here Galatasaray, so getting pincered would really put them in some bother. Is the Wildcats falling here to the next many of a list here. Galatasaray, Mali looking for that nade. DK, it might just go slightly wide, and Galatasaray also eyeing up those footsteps they can surely hear just on the left of them as well.
Yeah, I think that nade was offside.
Yeah, just a little bit.
We gotta call it. It was offside. Speaking of offside, the blue zone also going to be playing a very big offside position here. There's going to be Yakut now trying to push forward, but unfortunately, a double whammy. Eagles getting ended. Ruch managing to lock in those sprays, but they too shall fall to the carnage as Galatasaray comes through with a little bit of a cheeky trade up on the hill, trying to clear their pathway, moving forward in towards the zone. Now it's going to be up to Rose, as well as their teammate here, there's Lumi, to see if they can secure some kind of a position moving forward.
And big work here through from Galatasaray to punish immediately the moment they come out of that compound into the open arms of Galatasaray's elimination feed, as it were, as that will now be up to 10 total into double digits. KMG as well are going to fall down at 4 position, a much better showing from KMG as they will unfortunately not be able to last any longer. A constant move in, but that needs found every single one almost of Galatasaray. It is got to be KRLS is going for the push. They have to assassinate down Galatasaray quickly, and they will do just that. It will be V-Nature completely taking down the rest of them. They did not expect walking into that nade. Rook Dreamcore. Rosie's done the best they can. They will fall, and KRLS a confidence boost here in the final Sanhok game of the night to get that chicken in, to get all of those eliminations back on board. It is looking strong again from them. KMG also looking strong. Rook also consistent. Galatasaray also there too with high eliminations. And my point here is that there were a lot of those top teams, DK, that were taking most of those points out of this match.
I mean, so we gotta give some we gotta commend some performances, right? We just gotta do it. We gotta give the shout out to Galatasaray, right? The first Sanhok they brought in, 1 elimination, 1 point, that was it, right? This match, they come in, they add a 0 on the back of that 1. Right,
that's how you do it, right?
With double digits. I mean, we had the KR Lionesses also doubling the eliminations from the previous Sanhok. Ruch also upping the ante, coming through with a very consistent push, doing a little bit more than double the eliminations that they brought through in the previous Sanhok. So things are just with a beautiful upward trend. I mean, KMG, as you were referencing, they walked away with 6 eliminations. Now, you know, call me whatever you like, but that is, again, a very strong play. In one single match, KMG were able to secure more points just on eliminations than they were able to bring through in the previous 4 matches.
Yeah, and this is what we really needed, and what I think Sanhok has been for these teams needing those points is that boost for those lower placed squads on the leaderboard. And for KR Lionesses, again, a reminder of our chicken the winners of that 5th match on Sanhok. 19 total points and 9 eliminations coming through from them. I think KLINS really needed this. They were struggling to prove themselves. I think getting caught out just a couple times in the earlier game and seeing what we expected to see out of them now in this 5th game is a warm welcome, of course, for them. Viano, I see Viano so many times. I mean, definitely one of the most consistent players, I think, when it comes to the overall lobby, I would argue. 246 meters this time for the longest elimination distance for her is another same average of throwables used and healing done. It seems to be the consistency coming through from the lobby overall again, and I would expect to see a lot when it comes to the overall points here as well on the match rankings.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we want to see, right? Teams finding opportunities. We've already spoken about, the Lionesses upping the ante here. We've also mentioned Ruch as well as Galatasaray stepping it up. I mean, KMG, double-digit points? Wow, color me impressed, right? That's what we want to see. It took them a hot minute, but they stepped up. They came to the party, and we got to love it, though. I mean, even the Digital Athletics team also, right? 7 eliminations. Unfortunately, not a single drop of placement points, but they got much more aggressive coming through this game, and I mean, it is looking very, very hopeful. So far, the teams are definitely going to be looking to turn the proceedings around, and of course, as we look over towards that far left-hand side, you can see Fenerbahce, as well as Slytherin, Brute Force, Lakers, Pain, all going back with a bag full of donuts. Unfortunately, not going to be awarded any points this match.
Yeah, and this is what we said, right? It was a lot of those top teams taking up the points at the top, and therefore there has to be a few more donuts given away, and unfortunately not the nice kind here. DKSV Nature is going to take up, however, the nicest point of the player focus at the first position, 774 damage done, and those 6 eliminations, and there Mari, of course, up on for Galatasaray in that second position with 4 elims. Digital Athletics, I think, is very warm welcome to see finally Digital Athletics up there in the top 5 as well, with Maisie taking those 5 elims. Cat Veins still with a 1, but a heck of a lot of damage and supporting done by her for her team, and also Fiano once again, of course, with a lot more supporting done through from her as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much that you can fault for Fiano, as you've said it already, right? The consistency is just there, just keeping it up. And I think at the end of the day, that is going to find Yakut in a very good standing because, I mean, at least they've got one player that has, that's just maintaining a relentless effort. Right, now we got to see the rest of the team come in on board with that. Imagine if you had 4 Fayanos in that team. That would be pretty crazy.
The squad with Fayano. Fayano 1 lady band is KR Lionesses 2000 damage. Still the rest of Rook. I think we're a lot more subtle in the 10 eliminations that we were able to gather, taking advantage, of course, of Kazik in their poor position. Some other teams also getting caught out by them, hence their lower damage to elimination count. Also the side of Galatasaray, a lot of damage done by them. Again, only 10 eliminations. I say only, considering the damage they were doing to lobby, of course, was just an unfortunate end, getting caught out with nade on to all 3 players at the end. There were some more damage being dealt by the teams such as Shakut, as we said, 1100, just not able to make it work. And unfortunately for them, they will fall down to 8th at the left side, but at the top of that left side of the leaderboard, it is Rook now tying the board with Eagles, Galatasaray, Kazik, and Kaya Lionesses also stepping up into that top 5. And I think for KR Lionesses, one of the biggest jumps, where they're able now to land themselves with that 33 points, doubling the score that they had from the game before.
I mean, moves are moves, right? Lionesses jumping a whopping 6 slots as a result of this past match. So, Like, if a chicken is there, you might as well try and capitalize on it as best you possibly can. We've seen a few moves also then heading on a bit of a downward trend here, but Digital Athletics, KMG, both teams heading up the board. I mean, Digital coming through with the 7 eliminations, now putting them solidly on 10, does grant them a 2-slot jump. KMG, they've jumped 3 slots all the way into that 12th position. So, yeah, a lot of movement coming through here. Galatasaray also with a beautiful upward trend. But I gotta say, Kazik, Limerence, very impressed that they are holding in the top 6 without a winner-winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and this just comes through from, I think, Kazig's big elimination games. They haven't quite been able to close out a match so far. They have been extremely aggressive, though. And this is what is keeping them, of course, crucially within that top 6. And speaking of the aggression as well, Axe does now take up that top position for Rook. It was 16 eliminations in our top 5. And Maya just now slightly behind with those 15 still. And Fayano still in that 3rd spot with 12. The Eagles purple, 12. And Kali taking up that 11 eliminations. With Galatasaray, I think, finally on that top 5, DK, of course, because we've been waiting to see when Kali would get there. We'll also have to see what all of our players will have to do, though, on our final match of a wrangle after one more break. Welcome everyone back to what will be our final game here on the Thursday at the PMEWL Mid-Season Showdown Finals. It's me, Handel, and also DK, of course, still leading you through this final match on Erangel. DK, it was, however, the side of KR Lionesses taking up the 6th place jump to now the top 5 position after our second Sanhok game, and also KMG taking a big step up as well. So the rise is there, but can our underdog teams on that leaderboard keep going with one more match?
I mean, there's no denying it. The Lionesses had a roaring success over on Sanhok, and now it's going to come down to what they will be bringing into a little bit of Erangel. And of course, well, what we mean by a little bit of Erangel is a lot of it, because it is going to be the final match of today, and it's also going to mark the halfway point for the grand final. So it's all going to come down to what the teams are going to be willing to bring to the battlefield, and I'm expecting quite a bit of a change-up.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm also looking in terms of who actually performed well on Erangel before. So our last Erangel at the very start of today, it was Fenerbahce who got that, oh no, it was the Eagles actually. My goodness me. I was thinking, no, Fenerbahce actually came out with equal or so points, but they ended up losing. It was the Eagles who took the first chicken dinner, and then it was Fenerbahce who also still performed. They should have won that game, which is why I had them written down. So Fenerbahce should have won that first match. Got to see if they can find out redemption, but still a strong performance from them. I think as well, another team that has been slightly slipping. I mean, we saw a big mistake through from Sanhok, which gave them some grief in that last match, was Kasich. Kasich actually came out with a real banger performance on that first match this evening. Have wilted down ever so slightly in terms of the eliminations and performance. We even mentioned it, right? They had a lot of eliminations which get them to the top positions, but the chicken dinner is just still not there for them.
Yeah, I mean, they ended the first game on 12 eliminations, so you are correct when you say that they got a lot of eliminations, because, you know, a full dozen. So it does set the stage, at least moving into this game. Looking to see whether or not Kasich are going to be looking to bounce back. And yeah, Eagle Esports, they were the team to secure themselves that winner chicken dinner. Fenerbahce came second in the match, but third with regards to the overall points. So there is going to be a little bit of pressure on their shoulders. I mean, Galatasaray also, they made it up into placement point territory, meaning that they finished in, I believe, what, 7th or 8th position, but they also added a few eliminations on. So based on the trend that they've been showing, especially moving into the latter half of the day, I'm curious to see what their turnout is going to be.
Yeah, Galatasaray are sometimes an interesting one. I think definitely Sanhok was their strongest performance, of course, all tournament, you could argue here. Well, I mean, statistically is correct, even from that last match. So it was an unfortunate end. Of course, that big nade coming through from the KR Lionesses really put a full stop at the end of their run. They are, though, a definite Erangel team, and I think this is where their strengths lie overall. So Galatasaray should feel more at ease with this final match. They also picking up there, unfortunately, Hayano, I believe, from the side of Yakut. So one or Hokuri, sorry, should to say, Fayano did actually end up getting away from Yakut. So crucial that I think Fayano lives, I would say. I mean, I'd rather trade Hokuri for Fayano any day, considering Fayano is the fragger of the team and has been the one consistently performing for Yakut. Yeah. So keeping her alive is crucial.
I mean, but I wouldn't trade anybody, right? Just
no, I mean, also you don't have to lose, but if you have to, like, say one, like, you can have Hikori and I'll take Fayano and we'll see who wins, right? Like,
I mean, right? But maybe that's just here with, you know, a lot of other people in the lobby, right? If
yes,
you get them down to a 1v1, it could change. Who knows?
Yeah,
right?
actually, Fayano griefs it, like.
But I mean, it'd be interesting to know if anyone in the chat actually knows, you know, what the outcome has been or could be, right? And whether or not anyone would be interested in seeing that. I think it's just a interesting slight bit of a diversion coming through there, but maybe a digression. I don't know, whatever term you want to use to describe that. In the meanwhile, I'm curious to see what's going to be happening over on towards the west. Speaking of which, though, the west is best as we've got a bit of UC on screen.
I mean, you were waiting for the rhymes, ODK. You got the lines down. I mean, the UC is going to start to come through for our final game. Get that. code, slap that into the code redeem section in your PUBG Mobile account. There is another 300 even to add on here because KYS here, they are also down into the school section. A very central, I think, zone here for these teams in this final game. Nothing too scary to last us out. Even in the northern side here of Severny, still Pain Ladies and Fenerbahce, they're holding their positions against each other. You can also hold another 300 UC in your account if you are the first to grab that code on your screen.
You know, I see what's happening here, right? This is looting. This is the looting stage for the teams to work their way through, and it's also the looting stage for the viewers, right? So, get it while
Where's
the
our
loot's
looting
on.
stage? Do we get the looting stage as well?
Ask me on Wednesday. But
Okay,
meanwhile,
I see.
it's gonna be Winnie also trying to tap and land a few of those hits, and I'm curious to see what's gonna come through between Fenerbahce and Pain here, because I mean, Pain, definitely, statistically speaking, from what we've seen today, they've not had the greatest run when it comes to Erangel, so there is a bit of an opportunity for them to try and up the ante. Fenerbahce on the opposing side, I mean, they've shown that consistency, as you've mentioned already, right? Coming through with 6 eliminations, 6 placement points, as opposed to the 2 eliminations that we've seen come through from Pain. But, as the teams have proven throughout the day, they are very willing and eager to change up those statistics.
Yeah, I mean, that was about 5 or 6 smokes, actually, even from Fenerbahce and the molly over the window. So, a lot coming through on the commitment side for Fenerbahce to get those eliminations against Pain Ladies. Lakers, we also saw struggling here against Digital Athletics. They've already lost one. Alicio almost goes down, looks for the heal, will try to bait out the shots, but again, the peek back and through will now allow Digital Athletics to peek a second elimination for themselves. As this is what I think really the Digital Athletics squad needed. They needed to be getting these points on board. We know that Erangel is one of their strongest maps. Unfortunately, Lakers, it has to be someone that struggles, and it is them down to 2. Pain as well. Winnie getting caught, just trying to move a bit too aggressively. Ross back towards the rest of their team. For the battery, we're still looking around that angle, but Say Baby, nice around the bush, actually finds one, and now looks for Alina. Almost grabs Alina down to 1 HP. Alem, I assume, will fall, and yes, they will. Wished they had saved some of those smokes left, is unfortunately Say Baby going to bring him down to 2. So again, a big commitment, as we said, from Fenerbahce. They didn't get the rush down onto, with those 2 members, onto the one of Pain. And unfortunately, I think Pain, with now the more utility, have just been able to outperform in terms of the position.
I mean, I definitely think that based on the play that we just saw come through there from Say Baby, is they got to add like a punchline once they eliminate someone. You know, a whole hasta la vista, baby. And then, because it just fits, right? Speaking of fit, though, it is going to be Slytherin and a little bit of that bonfire female action that could be appearing on screen as both teams now follow through with a bit of that drive-by. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they are too interested in having a discussion. Instead, they are going to be prioritizing their position or their location further in towards the zone. But no, I mean, the Wildcats, right? They are open to discussions as they come rushing forward right onto Digital Athletics.
Yeah, I mean, Digital Athletics, you could say Wildcats, say taste my claws as like a swipe or something. I don't know, like, I'm not very good. I'm trying to still think of like, I'm trying to still think of a quote, like, because you could be like, say baby, say elimination, and then like, they fall. And then Slytherin also just take down themselves as well as Bonfire Female. Just going to get the extra ones. I mean, they look like they're trying to cross into the smokes here. Bonfire Female, unfortunately, weren't really feeling it today, so they said no, we're not going to let you in terms of this. It's a bit too late for dinner at this point in the evening. And unfortunately, Faleka is left hungry and alone, as Bonfire Female will now close out the rest of those eliminations. Faleka will be the last to fall. Seren grabs them from the long range, and I think an unfortunate way to go for Slytherin. Have been struggling as this night has gone on. But still be happy though, overall with their performance. Still grabbing up some points today is Fenerbahce. Looking for another move round. I mean, second time's the charm. Is you only need 2 players, I suppose, this time around. Is Alina will be the solo, and Caesar still overlooking the position. Caesar now moving closer for a new angle onto the Pain Ladies, but has already been found out. You saw the bullets come through, so Pain know where these players are, and they know that they're split.
And it's going to be an interesting one to see what Payne is going to be doing with that information they now possess. But yeah, Fenerbahce, there's a great opportunity for a little bit of that pressure play if they are able to just work with these positions. I mean, Fenerbahce, the team, they don't need a punchline. The name is already enough fun to say as is, right? Fenerbahce. But yeah, let's see whether or not they'll be able to clutch this one out. Payne, baby, or rather, say baby, still going to be waiting on the edge. KMG, meanwhile, they're going to be using a little bit of that peace and tranquility opportunity to get themselves much, much closer in towards the zone. And we still have quite a bit of contention held over on towards North George, right? We've got the KR Lionesses in there. We've got the Wildcats as well as Digital Athletics. So talk about a tough spot to play.
Yeah, a lot of those teams, curiously, actually around the Ruins side as well. So a big contention on teams potentially getting stuck there, trying to rotate out. And then as those teams gathered from the south side, is the only real reason I can imagine teams get caught on that south end is, fortunately for Fenerbahce, we said it, right? They knew that they were caught solos, and now they missed a nade, but it's still going to be the two players coming up slowly. I like the respect, understanding there could be a position from the window at second overlooking. Here, Alina trying to drag them out, so they will try to bring Alina forward. I think they probably could have even gone for this position to actually 2v1 as Alina comes round, but say baby, unfortunately, says hitting the floor is the best option, and Alina will be now the only one here to fall back inside the building. Looks for the one shot, won't be able to find it. Neither here. Ah, there it is. It's Payne ladies. Just couldn't handle the pain, quite frankly. It was Fenerbahce charged like bulls in front of him into the shed and, well, took him down.
Yeah. They went charge. That's it, right?
Yep.
That's it right then and there. But, you know, there's a reason why I call the DBS the Don't Be Silly. Right? And,
Yes, that's true.
And that was a beautiful showcasing coming through there from Melina, showing us exactly why I call it the Don't Be Silly, because, I mean, yeah, in CQC, it is a very scary weapon to hold. Surprisingly enough, though, the UMP sometimes beats the DBS.
I just miss the days of like the Uzi and the Scorpion. I feel like the DBS just quite frankly, I feel like we moved into more of a shotgun with, or DBS. We could argue here like a meta when it comes to CQC. I mean, the DBS we've had probably about a whole montage reel of DBS outplays so far this tournament. It really has been, I think, one of the weapons of choice. I mean, alongside the AWS as well, I think really has been one of the obviously the long range absolute terrors, we could say here for these teams as well. Definitely would be another one that I would go towards here. I'm just sad, yeah. I want a bit more Uzi play. I miss the days where you could like hold an Uzi in the primary and a Scorpion in the secondary and charge. This is my sort of play. This is my sort of old school style. This is why I'm not winning, right? Because I'm not manipulating the power of the DBS.
You're not playing with the meta. You're not playing with the meta.
Yeah. I'm an old like boomer of the times, like when it comes to wanting the PPUs.
But if you play the Uzi and the Scorpion, you can. It's just as well as you are playing Pokemon then, because you've got a Rattata then.
Yeah. I got a Rattata basically. Unfortunately, it's not shiny and it's not level 100, and I still get demolished. Like,
but you at least got the quick attack, so that helps.
That's true.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Rattata was kind of rubbish Pokemon, to be fair. So there's much better choices, and it's just not. It's not great. It's like in PUBG. It's not that great anymore, unfortunately. Big sad.
It is what it is. Well, speaking about the big satch, though, we are going to be looking to see who is going to be the next team to lock in a little bit of a surprise push. I mean, Lionesses, they have the Gazelle out in the bush, just over towards their northwest, as we can see. And it's going to be Kylie, so there could be still quite a bit of response coming through on that end. But, I mean, Digital Athletics, this match also not panning out exactly the way that they would have hoped. 2 eliminations up, 1 player left. And they are also currently just outside of reach of placement points, so we're going to have to see Kylie really play for survivability to at least make it up to about 8th or 7th position if they want those placement points to accompany the eliminations. Yeah,
I also KLA and S's as well, making that again solid rotation here, and I think I Also would respect this rotation, I think, judging by the fact that it's moved more to this western side. Just staying away from the contention right now does make a lot more sense for Lioness. You can also see that they've been slowly, again, pincering around athletics. You obviously have seen them spot one of these players down. They are the solo player. They are now going to be caught out in a position. Cabane is going to try applying the spray. Not quite quick enough in terms of the sensitivity, but it is going to be quick enough with the help there of the nature. Will eliminate through the decided to show athletics, and there they will fall. Yakut also in some trouble by the looks of it. They have got a player knocked, and curious to see here how KYS Virtue will also deal with brute force slightly quicker into the position, and they cannot catch this last player moving in, I would imagine, either. So will opt for this slightly more inwards position to the zone, but will miss out on that northern wider entrance that we were looking to make to avoid those teams in more the central point.
Well, it's unfortunate, but as we know, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Speaking of which, though, the blue zone is not going to stop for anybody. Kowalski, pretty committed
they
to getting
aren't stopping even for the teammates. Like they
no,
are
get
like,
out of my
see
way.
you later. Survival of the fittest. Like
oh, that's funny to see.
Yeah.
But no, Game G, I really like what they've been doing so far. I mean, they've got 2 eliminations up. They still got the full squad. They are going to be looking to, try a bit of a little bit of opposition onto the side there of Brute Force and Astra. But for Game G Esports, I mean, there's a golden opportunity to now make their dash and they play for that zone because there's nobody obstructing their rotation.
Yeah, I mean, here as well, you can definitely see there's some gaps in the zone. This is definitely with a fair few of our teams already, of course, eliminated out of the game. It does actually open some more positions. Again, the rest of those teams, very split, actually, in terms of where they were coming in from the zone. There's this sort of even out their positions. Galatasaray opting for that southern position. Kazik for the Wizard Tower. As now Yakut will also move in past here, Kazik. They will actually grab even the Lakers who are coming in from the opposite direction. So an opportunity here is Leora will take another for them to be able to grab some more elimination points that we're looking for. Is Lakers will go down to that solo player, and now only Yakut here as well. 2 down, slightly weakened forces coming in around them.
It's unfortunate, but at least we are good. They have Viano and the Zombie up on their feet, ready to come through with a bit of a spray. The Zombie, though, getting picked up out in the open. Viano now having to try and defend. No, down they go. The Zombie. Let's hope you survive.
Yeah, I mean, to me, was really only going to be one way they fall out of this game. KMG Esports just completely surrounding them. Was only going to be the one-way exit. To tomorrow's KMG will grab now their 2 eliminations and an entrance into this northern side of the zone as well. Crucially, very open. They are, of course, looking for this hillside, which gives them some more elevation, some more information as Rooking will be on the opposite end. Unfortunately for KYS Virtue, that nade, actually, even one tap helping out there. Will be able to find Aquarius, whilst also falling as well. And Maya, Kazik Glimmerance. Is going to be the next one to fall as here KYS Virtue finding him. KMG Sports getting caught in some trouble here versus Brute Force stuck in the open, just weren't quite into position. They were trying to step back, avoid Rook, and he ran into the side of Brute Force, and it is a spray down season. They will grab 3, they will look for more. Dino coming in for the rest. Now with KMG completely all their roads.
Yeah, and they're not even worried about parking, as you can see. Vehicles...
There's some tickets to hand out last time I looked. That wasn't legal parking.
Yeah. Yeah, illegal, but unfortunately, a sandwich is a sandwich, right? The sandwich goes the way a sandwich goes, and, if you're getting caught between a few teams in a tough spot, it's just the way the cookie goes again. But now, it's going to be the Wildcats, still holding on to a few of the pond cover compounds that we have towards the southern side of zone. But I think the curious thing here is going to be whether or not Elim will actually be able to secure those sprays, because, I mean, there's so much riding on that position.
Yeah, I mean, there really is just a lot, and especially here as well for Galatasaray. Around this bridge is a very risky location. They should definitely know Kasich are inside of that Wizard Tower. They'll also have a feeling, I assume, that there will be players, of course, coming through from the other end of that bridge as well. So them crossing over right now is put them in a slightly vulnerable location. Thankfully, Kasich aren't looking to be that aggressive, and they're not looking to push Galatasaray out of that bridge side. They are obviously looking for their own position comfortably inside of his zone, as KR Lioness is looking to the same, currently outside of this stage 5. Very subdued here is Bonfire PMEWL. They pop up for the air. Unfortunately, it might be only the bullets they will find, as Laura barely getting back in on the water. Is Galatasaray will understand that there are a few fishies / people to catch inside of the water in the river coming over.
I mean, if it floats, it gets hit. That's just the way it goes, right?
That's the rule, right? Like,
yeah, if it floats, you gotta try and put a little bit of lead into it, because it's not supposed to float. And speaking about float, though, the Lionesses also going to be finding themselves in a bit of a sticky situation. Lakers, in the meanwhile, will get backed up and shipped out as they go out in 8th. Now, Galatasaray going to be looking to pick up the same kind of pacing that we've seen him now build in this latter half of the day. They had a phenomenal run over onto Sanhok, but that has only but prepped them for a bit of a showdown moving into the action that we've got here. The Wildcats also now just letting it loose. Going pretty crazy here, but only to see that follow through as, well, they're not completely done with the whole play just yet.
Yeah, I mean, KR Lionesses just unfortunately fell apart to the Wildcats here. Bonfire PMEWL will literally fall apart out of this game. Is Rook Dreamcore will now also pincer down over the rest of Kasich Limerence, looking for a position on themselves, as Kasich still on the outside, trying to find a position inside of that zone. Still 50 seconds, still time to work with. That clock is ticking, and so is the clock of being alive for KR Lionesses, as they are very much stuck between the edge of that zone moving in.
Well, let's see whether or not Rook Dreamcore are going to be able to get themselves out of this position here. We got Sonya trying to pull through the reses, but it is going to be a bombardment of utility and then sprays, as we do see that nade all the way from Brute Force is going to be ending the run. Now, Galatasaray almost falling victim to a little bit of a play here from the Dennis Bank Wildcats, but up comes the push there as Budu now tries to ride the ridge. Could find a beautiful position on towards Tofi, but Tofi knows better as they quickly strafe back in behind some hard cover. And again, all of this happening just on the very edge of growth.
Yeah, and Denise Bank Wildcats, they need to get his points in. And now we Galatasaray another DBS shot to the face, as that will be the one shot for Galatasaray to fall down to only now 2. Keep in mind, and they're very split, make it 1. Is that'll be the not offside shot for Aylin. That was very much right on target, and it will be now only one more for Galatasaray to slink back into the river. But for how long? As the hunt begins, and the Denise Bank Wildcats, they know there is still one more to go.
Well, the Wildcats already now sitting on 11 eliminations, and they are not done with the lobby just yet. Brute Force also doing an absolutely stand-up job. They've been able to secure themselves 13 eliminations. So this could potentially be a showdown of those double elim teams now to see who will be the team to walk away victorious. Who will be the one with that chicken dinner under their arms, under their belts. Well, as we know, it could be Brute Force's opportunity, and this is quite a bit of a comeback. I mean, looking at what Brute Force at Ashra has been doing the entirety of the day, they've already been able to secure themselves 10 points. And now they find themselves right here, much, much stronger and going over and beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, 15 is a fantastic showing. I was waiting for this. Brute Force, they really are an Erangel team. I was surprised they didn't come out with the points in the first match. And I think that has definitely knocked their confidence throughout today. But here they are back on Erangel. They are here to close out the night on a fantastic showing, whatever happens here. Unfortunately, Yagi, the first to fall, and here comes now the Wildcat stepping forward, using that left side of the hill to avoid the shots coming through from the right. Now the revive back, going to be pushed through. Denise Bank Wildcats slow on the push. Could provide time for the full team to come back. They're pushing, however, Brute Force back into the blue zone. Keep in mind, Brute Force, the more they walk backwards, there's only so much they can do. Walking to the edge of that zone. And the Bank Wildcats are putting him quite literally against the wall. And with backs against the wall, Brute Force, can they deliver?
Well, I mean, hopefully they stay true to their name and come through with a little bit of that Brute Force play here. But you gotta appreciate what both these teams have been doing in this match. I mean, Wildcats definitely upping the ante, playing a phenomenal match so far, sitting with those 13 eliminations. I mean, Brute Force still holding on to the full 4-piece, and the numbers are leaning in their favor. They've now been able to reduce the Wildcats down to 2, but it is going to be Birdo. And, of course, Yelem now still on the defensive. Oh, down goes Birdo. Yelem, beautiful off-angle sneaky approach that they come through with. But it is going to be now, see whether or not the Groza can bring in the clutch they need. Brute Force, a full squad are going to be trying to rush their way in. The nade closes up the show. And there we have it. Brute Force reigning supreme, doubling down on the points, going from 10 points to so many more. I mean, that's essentially 19 eliminations.
I mean, that is gotta be the second highest tournament game. If it is going to be 19, still, I don't know how Digital Athletics are hanging on with the Giant games today with the top on 20 eliminations so far. I mean, Brute Force really have done a phenomenal job to come back into this day. Overall, with what they've been able to garner for themselves, they should put themselves also on that left side of the leaderboard, despite all of the hiccups that they've had in the first 5 games. You cannot deny, though, DK, that it was still a very good performance coming through from the side of... I have blanked. It's been a long day. The other team that we just saw 2 seconds ago.
Yeah. That one.
Yeah, that one.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, Brute Force, phenomenal play, 19 eliminations up. The Wildcats also, you know, coming through with their push, securing themselves a glorious 13 eliminations. Galatasaray, they tried, but they got third place, so, you know, you can't fault that. But, I mean, looking at 29 points, it's, as the Imperium would say, it's chef's kiss, right?
Yeah.
It's one of those moments. Yes.
It is one of those moments. Brute Force, 29 points for them. This is exactly what they need. A confidence booster. You've always got to imagine the mental side of it. This is precisely what you need, especially in the last game, because this is what you go to sleep with right here. DK, this is, well, I mean, assuming they sleep, is what they will go to the end of today/tomorrow morning with, is with that confidence and getting set up from a strong performance. Also, the day before will be what they need going into day 2, game 1. Also, Hate Me as well with a beautiful 275 meters longest elimination distance for our last game. I am loving that as well. And the healing and the throwables used, I'm loving the fact that again Arangle brings it back up by a good another 100 to the throwables.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely very, very good. And as we could see, of course, you know, a very, very tough match indeed coming through here. Looking at these rankings, I mean, it's crazy, right? The Wildcats coming through with a glorious 19-pointer. We did see Kazik also hitting those double digits. I mean, talk about an up, right? It is right there. And I think based on the momentum, the pacing that we've just witnessed in this last game, in fact, the pacing for the entire day, right? How it's progressionally just increased as we move forward. I think tomorrow is going to be a very, very tough day.
Yeah, I mean, definitely tomorrow is all going to be who can really come out the gate swinging. I think we need to see some more, especially from some of these teams. I think the consistency as well has been there from only a few. I would say it really has been a very up and down day from who's getting the chicken dinners, who's having the big performances, who's struggling in other games. I think also Wildcats, as we said, another big game for them in terms of coming now off of the final good match with 19 points for themselves to go to sleep with. Hate Me, though, bringing the ding-dong bell of 1,000 damage. We finally get it, and 7 eliminations will be through coming to them as well, and ALM, they're doing just the same. It's a double ding-dong, but only 4 eliminations for them. And Voodoo, And Oiku, you gotta give credit to the side of Wildcats. All three of almost 4 players, they're stepping up with the top 5 player focus. The other one, of course, going to go to Brute Force here. Arctica, they're doing work as well for a Brute Force domination in that final game.
Yeah, I mean, those middle 3 players, they had a very wild run when it came to the action that we just saw over on Erangel. So no surprise to have that.
Been waiting all tournament for that one.
yes, they're gonna have it. But I mean, so this is the domination coming through from the Wildcats and Brute Force, right? Both teams hitting those double-digit eliminations, so it makes sense to see them sitting so high with the damage.
Goodness.
But the Wildcats, I mean, they just went over and above with it.
I mean, that is the highest we saw. We saw 2,875 from Digital Athletics, and we thought no one could beat that. No one did beat it until now. And then they just go almost 1,000 damage higher than that in a way, or 500 damage up to the next 1,000. Is, 3,294 damage is pretty much unheard of, DK. That is very rare for a team to be doing that much damage in any game of PUBG Mobile, so it speaks to the dominance that they asserted over that entire lobby, and also their Brute Force doing exactly the same, right? I mean, 2,538 damage is still nothing to be scoffed at, with 19 eliminations as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's about 800 damage difference between the two teams. I mean, Brute Force converting more eliminations out of the amount of damage, but the Wildcats, I mean, 3,300, that is a pretty staunch amount of damage to be packing. Speaking about packing, though, Rook Dreamcore, right? They packed their bags and they decided, you know what, today is the day that we are going to be sitting at the top of the leaderboard, and they did exactly that. But I mean, Brute Force Wildcats, this performance that we just saw come through from them in this past game has, well, firstly for Brute Force, it allowed them a 7-slot jump, right? 7 slots, the biggest jump that we've seen today. But also Wildcats, they've moved up 2 slots into 5th.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a couple big moves coming through from them. There's still a gap forming, but we have to keep in mind between that first and second spot. Rook and Eagle are stilling, especially Rook here sitting with a fairly sizable lead between that and Galatasaray, and even their Denizbank Bank Wildcats there all together, but then another big drop again of 11 points towards Brute Force. So there are some differences forming that need to be closed with some big games. So Brute Force not done yet, but that game will give them the opportunity that they need to contest the top of the leaderboard tomorrow's games. So top 5 eliminations, regardless, at the end of our first 6 matches to the finals, will still be there. Axe in the top for Rook Dreamcore, and Maya for Kazik also still now tied. That the Wildcats, Voodoo with 13 eliminations. Viano slightly slipping down to that 4th position now with only 12 eliminations. I say only because Leora is still there in the top 5, also for K6 with the same amount. And for the first 6 matches here, DK, it has been a fairly interesting and very up and down days, we've said, for these teams. There still needs to be more work done. And 6 matches still to go tomorrow. We're only halfway through the action.
I gotta say, I'm very curious to see what the approach is going to be coming into tomorrow's games. I mean, we've seen teams just get a fire lit under them, and they just, get the catapults ready, and then whoop, off they go, and they just start flying up those rankings. But I mean, that just shows the immense capability coming through from these teams, right? Because you might think, okay, sure, they play the first game, things not necessarily going according to plan. Then they have another opportunity to bounce back, and boy, do they bounce back. So, I'm super excited to see what tomorrow's matches will hold.
Look, yeah, I'm super excited to see what these teams can bring in terms of the matches tomorrow. I think if it's anything like today, DK, we're going to be able to see some absolutely banger games. It will be the same time, the same place, where, of course, myself and DK running to see who will be that champion at the PMEWL mid-season showdown. We'll see you there tomorrow for all of those results. Looking forward to it, and have a good night.
Oh
awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward. to you.